I'd like to call to order the June 23rd, 2026 meeting of Committee of the Whole. Madam Clerk, for the record, this meeting please show that Councillor Roy DiClemente and Councillor Leahy are absent with notice. At this time, I will respectfully observe the tragic deaths of OPP Constable Tarim Belay in the line of duty on June 9th and Toronto Police Services Constable Mark Pinzetto, who was killed in the line of duty on June 11th, and just yesterday, Montreal Police Officer Mohamed Lemine Benwenwe was killed in the line of duty. On behalf of Council and our residents, I extend our deepest condolences to the officers' family, friends, and colleagues during this incredibly difficult time. May we honor their memory with gratitude and respect and remember their service and sacrifice. All town facility flags will remain at half-mast. Please join me in a moment of silence. Thank you. Item B, declaration of interest. Are there any declarations of interest from members of Council? Not seeing any, I will move to the land acknowledgement statement. The town of East Gwillimbury recognizes and acknowledges the lands originally used and occupied by the First Peoples of the Williams Treaty First Nations and other Indigenous peoples. And on behalf of Council, I thank them for sharing this land. We also acknowledge the Chippewas of Georgina Island First Nation and East Gwillimbury's closest First Nation community and recognize the unique relationship the Chippewas have with the lands and waters of this territory. They are the water protectors and environmental stewards of these lands, and we join in them in these responsibility. Item D, community announcements. Are there any community announcements from members of Council? Councillor Foster, go ahead, please.
Thanks, Madam Mayor. Just want to make a quick announcement for Christchurch in Holland Landing. Their annual strawberry supper is Thursday night, June the 25th. 5:30 start. I believe it's $25 a plate. Always lots of good food there. Thanks.
Thank you. Anyone else at this time? Before proceeding, I want to remind Council that we have a very full agenda this morning. For efficiency, I respectfully ask that members keep their questions relevant to the items on the agenda. Thank you. Before we begin hearing from deputants, I would like to outline expectations for conduct at this meeting. All participants are expected to conduct themselves respectfully and in accordance with the town's procedure bylaw. Disruptive behavior, including interruptions or inappropriate language, will not be tolerated. Each deputant will have up to 5 minutes to speak unless otherwise approved and must limit their remarks to the subject for which they have been granted approval. As a reminder, deputants shall not speak disrespectfully of any person, use offensive or unparliamentary language, speak on matters outside of their approved topic, or disobey the rules of procedure or decision of the chair. If there is disorder or a breach of these rules, I may curtail a deputation or rule it concluded, and individuals may be asked to leave. We will now proceed. Item number 1, B. Rogers on behalf of Groundswell Urban Planners Inc. and A. Fagan on behalf of Community Living Central York, making a deputation to committee regarding an update on the assisted living facility at Jeffrey Crescent and Doan Road. Good morning.
Good morning, Madam Mayor, members of council, senior staff, and Ron Palmer, I guess. Yeah. We're excited to be here to share some good news with the community. We're pleased to formally announce the presence of community living in East Gwillimbury. My name is Brad Rogers, Groundswell Planning, and I'm here with Andrew Fagan, who's the Chief Executive Officer of Community Living, Central York, and I'm also here with Lucy Anderson, who is leading our capital campaign, and she's our Senior Philanthropy Advisor. Next slide, please. This is the site that we're here to announce. The site location is between Queensville and Sharon, and it's on the southeast corner of Leslie and Doan Road. And as everyone is aware, we and the community, I think, are looking forward to the region completing Doan Road from Second Concession to 404. We all, I think, all believe that this will be a very important link for residents of the area. Next slide. I just wanted to give a little background as to how we got here. This was an application that we submitted in 2021, and it was an application that we submitted for some townhomes, and we had our public meeting. It was referred to the OLT, and during that process and working with your staff and the lawyers, the project evolved, and it evolved as a result of a recommendation from your engineering department to include the Jeffrey Street Crescent right-of-way. And once we included that land, we talked about the built form, and we changed from townhouses to what we have today. So the purpose of today is, as most of the items we're in confidence, is to formally announce to the public what's going there. So we're looking at making a site plan application in the next few months, and we're hoping to get site plan approval in Q1 of 2027. And we're looking at occupancy of this building by the end of 2028 or early 2029. So that's our general timeline. Next slide. This is a rendering of the intersection, and it's the southeast view of Dome and Leslie Street intersection, which we understand through the region of York that intersection will be improved in, I believe, 2032 to 2033. So we're looking forward to that. This is a 65,000 square foot building. The first floor will be offices and program spaces, and floors 2, 3, and 4 will be the residential units. Next slide. Just to give some context to the built form, there's 39 units in this building. That we will have singles, 2 bedrooms, and 3 bedrooms for a total of 93 bedrooms. There will be amenity spaces on both the rooftop and the main floor areas. And we will also have underground drop-off and pickup areas, which will include some parking. I could be wrong, but I think this could be the first underground parking lot in East Gwillimbury, but I'm not 100% sure there. Next slide. This is a closer rendering of the 65,000 square foot building. I just wanted to now turn it over to Andrew Fagan, who will talk a little bit about community living, and then Lucy will talk about our campaign. Thank you.
Thank you, Brad. Our mission at Community Living Central York, we empower individuals with diverse abilities to thrive in our shared community. Our vision, a community where everyone belongs, our values, our principles guide our relationships with the people we support, our families, our partners, supporters, and employees. Next slide, please. Actually, next slide. Thank you. Community Living Central York has been supporting individuals with diverse abilities for over 71 years in York Region. We currently operate 4 community homes here in East Gwillimbury. Community Living Central York in 2025 supported over 800 individuals with diverse abilities across York Region. Currently, 53,000 individuals are on wait lists across the province. 28,000 of those 53,000 require stable and safe housing. In York Region alone, that includes over 6,000 individuals waiting for services and approximately 3,000 in need of housing opportunities. Thank you. Next slide.
Thanks, Andrew. So I really wanted to talk today in the capacity of the Senior Philanthropy Advisor at Community Living Central York about the campaign that we're about to launch, and we're very excited about. So it's a $6 million campaign, and we will be engaging families, businesses, foundations, and community leaders in a shared effort to bring this vision to life, this exciting project in East Gwillimbury. So how we will do it, what our approach will be, is around building community awareness and understanding of the need for inclusive housing and support services. So yes, we are going to go out and ask donors and partners for investment, but we also want to make sure there's a lot of advocacy around this. People understand what this project means. We're going to foster a sense of ownership, pride, and belonging throughout the entire region with this project, and complement, not replace, government funding, grants, and organizational investment. So community support will help ensure that this project is not only built, but embraced as an important community asset. We want to thank you very much for your time.
Thank you very much. Are there questions at this point? Councillor, go ahead, please.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and thank you to our presenters. This is a good example of when we don't have immediate agreement on the use of a property, and it goes through the evolution process. And I've always, anytime I see something that might be somewhat controversial, I encourage all sides to get together and talk and see where you can meet in the middle. And I have to tell you, this is a far better use than what was originally planned. I give credit to all parties involved with this for making this happen. I know Councillor Johns and I visited one of your community living locations. I think it was about a year ago or something. At any rate, going through that facility, it was just so good for the soul, the work that you folks do, and I'm glad that there's people like you that do that. So I have no issues with this, and thank you for everything you do. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you very much. Councillor Johns, go ahead, please.
Yeah, thanks, Madam Mayor. No questions through the deputants, but I just wanted to say, like, I am extremely excited and enthusiastic about this project. Our community includes all of us, and that includes those with diverse abilities, and the work that you folks are doing to make sure that that our community is inclusive and the services and programming that are available for folks exist. And I think subsequent to that, I think for the public that was kind of viewing those renderings, I think what is important is the fact that when you're looking at the future of what Leslie Street and Doan Road was, the opportunity to be able to take this development to be able to help, I'll say, square up that intersection as a first step. That's wonderful. I will throw a comment out there. I did notice in the rendering, didn't see the signalization in that, and I know that's not you folks. But the thing is that the opportunity to have that intersection signalized as part of the go forward work and the eventual Doan Road work through the region. I did note the timeline that the region currently has, but our strong advocacy at the region to be able to move that up within that 10-year capital plan and move it closer is going to be imperative. And I just want to echo what Councillor Crone said about the fact that this is such an impactful project, and from the municipality's perspective, anything that we can be doing on our end to support the success, I know that I'll be there. So thank you sincerely.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor, go ahead, please.
Thank you. I know we have a full agenda, so I'll keep my comments brief. I just want to echo what Councillor Crone said about how far we've come on this project. I was a hard no to begin with what came up at us first, and I love that it went back and forth, and we were able to find something that's going to be a benefit to EG, but also to our diverse community as well. So I'm glad that we can put a small dent in that backlog of inclusive housing, and so thank you for bringing this forward, and thank you for working with us.
Thank you.
Are there other comments, questions? I'm not seeing any at this time.
Move to receive.
Yes, thank you, Councillor Crone. All those in favor? And that's carried. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
We are now on item 2, B. Tang, Thorstone Consulting Services Inc.
Morning, committee. I am Bonnie Tang from Thorstone Consulting Services, and I am here today virtually on behalf of the property ownership of 19061, 19071, and 19083 Leslie Street. First of all, we applaud the great work that staff and council have completed for the new official plan. We do not want to delay the official plan in any shape or form and have submitted this request specifically for the properties subject to the active official plan amendment application. An official plan amendment application was submitted in December of 2025, which included changes to the current in force and effect official plan. The 2 parcels south of Vince's Plaza continue to be designated as neighborhood commercial in the new official plan, while the ongoing official plan amendment application has requested the 2 parcels to be redesignated to a site-specific village core area designation. We had a public meeting in February of this year, and we are continuing to work with staff through the application process. In addition, we have an active proposal and request to purchase the municipal parcel to the east. The municipal parcel is still identified as low-density residential in the new official plan, and the active official plan amendment application has requested that the parcel be redesignated to a site-specific village core area designation as well. Until such time the official plan amendment application has been decided on by council, we would request that council defer any designation and policies as it pertains to specifically to these properties. I do want to reiterate that this deferral request should in no way impact the approval of the town's new official plan. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I have a motion here, be it resolved that the deputation made by B. Tang Thorstone Consulting Services on behalf of N. Reddy regarding H.1 Development Services Planning Branch presentation and report DS 202617 East Gwillimbury official plan and complete community plan be received. I have, yes, absolutely.
Thank you, Madam Mayor.
I
Through you
wanted to finish it off before
Yep.
it was incomplete. Go ahead, please.
Thank you. Through you, Madam Mayor, to our General Manager of Planning. I'm wondering if you could elaborate for us, if are there any concerns from your department for entertaining this deferral as requested by the presenter?
Thank you very much, through you, Madam Mayor. I don't see the request as necessary. Council will consider the official plan. It'll make a decision. The application will go on its own process, and it really comes down to a timing issue. After council adopts, assuming council adopts the official plan, it goes to the province for approval. Let's assume the province approves it this year.
The application will come forward to council in its next term because we haven't concluded it, and we would reflect any changes as a result of the private application in the new official plan. In the event that the province doesn't approve the official plan during this period of time, and let's take us into 2027, and now we bring forward the application, we would ask council to ask the minister to modify the new official plan to reflect the changes.
Go ahead, please.
Thank you, through you, Madam Mayor. What sort of, is there a time lag when we ask for a modification to the official plan? Is it, you know, I'm all about following process and procedure, but if we're going to add unnecessary bureaucratic steps, that I'm not so fond of. So if you could just elaborate.
Through you, Madam Mayor, I can't give you a sense of timing because it will be in the hands of the province. And I can't commit to what their timing can be. It could be 3 months, it could be 6 months, it could be a year, it could be 2 years. So I would rather not give you false indication. The key point being that they have submitted an application. Council will consider that application, and whether it's to the existing official plan or the new official plan, we will reflect council's decision in the ultimate outcome of whatever is the approved official plan at that time. There is no detriment to carrying on with the official plan with the designation because we will continue on processing the application. I don't see any delay.
Councillor Johns, go ahead, please.
Thanks, Madam Mayor. I actually don't feel comfortable with the way that we're receiving the motion because the deputant said deferral 3 different times, and there has been an incredible amount of work, as we all know, that has gone into the official plan, and then to be able to say, to hear defer, 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 and then we're receiving it, I would much rather say we receive it and refer it to staff, and then that way it is very clear that we are using nomenclature that says refer as opposed to defer. I just wanted to be abundantly clear, so if I would just like to make an amendment to say to be received and refer to staff, and then it's abundantly clear.
Thank you. Councillor, go ahead, please.
Through you to General Manager Vouvakis, what would be the difference if we refer this to staff versus just receiving it?
I don't actually see a significant difference. The ultimate outcome will be that if the official plan is adopted and approved by the minister, by the time we come forward with the recommendation, we would be asking council that they amend the new official plan. In the event the plan isn't approved by that time, and again, we're asking council to amend it, we would ask the minister to modify it. I think the key is we're going to want the official plan to reflect the most recent decisions of council at the time it's being approved. And it's a timing issue as to what instrument we will be asking the minister.
Thank you. So, Madam Mayor, I think we should just receive this. I think the unintended consequences of deferring it mean that it's more work for staff. We're going to have to make sure we bring it back and that sort of thing. I think we just want to receive this, and that keeps it simple, and it's in keeping with how we normally process these things. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Foster, go ahead, please.
Thanks, Madam Mayor. Mr. Vouvakis, I'm just thinking about Councillor John's statement. Does that in any way spark conversation between the town and our presenters to make sure that they know exactly the town's position on this? I'm just thinking if we just simply receive, I don't want this to be just cut off.
Through you, Madam Mayor, we would always have dialogue with anyone that has made a submission, and because they have an active application, be part of our dialogue. Ultimately, we want to reflect council's decision.
Councillor Crothers as a mover. Thank you.
Madam Mayor, I just want to clarify that I did wish to make the amendment to have it referred to staff to be abundantly clear to the public that we're not talking deferral.
Thank you.
Through Madam Mayor, the motion to refer takes precedent over your main motion. So there has been a motion introduced by Councillor Carruthers to receive the deputation that was presented this morning. And Councillor Johns, you have now requested for a motion to refer the item to staff.
Yes.
Thank you.
Through Madam Mayor, I believe CAO Balchich would like to provide some comments.
Yes. Please, go ahead.
Madam Mayor, just for clarity, if it's referred to staff, it's referred to staff to do what? Because we're aware of it. The GM has spoken to it. She's indicated she doesn't believe deferral is necessary. She's indicated we're going to continue to work with the applicant. I'm just seeking clarity, that's all.
Thank you. Councillor Johns?
Because I moved an amendment to have it tabled and for the committee to be able to vote for it, I'm asking for a referral.
Through you, Madam Mayor. So you have before you a motion to refer this item to staff. So you do need the vote of council on that. This motion's been moved by Councillor Johns.
Thank you. At this point, we need the vote of council. All those in favor? Opposed? It would appear that the vote is defeated. We're back to the main motion. Be it resolved that the deputation made by B. Tang, Thorstone Consulting Inc. on behalf of N. Reddy regarding Item H.1 Development Services Planning Branch Presentation and Report DS 2026-17 East Gwillimbury Official Plan and Complete Communities Plan be received. All those in favor? And that is carried. Thank you very much. We're now at item 3M. Cory, on behalf of the East Gwillimbury Whitebelt Landowners Group, making a deputation to committee regarding item H1 Development Services Planning Branch Presentation and Report DS 2026-17 East Gwillimbury Official Plan and Complete Communities Plan. And this is in relation to item H1. Welcome. Good to have you with us today.
Good to be here, Madam Mayor and members of committee and to the public. Thank you for hearing me today. My name is Matthew Cory. I'm a planner. I'm the group planner for the East Gwillimbury Whitebelt Landowners Group. These are the new areas that are being planned in East Gwillimbury. We're here very much to thank your staff and the consultant team for all the hard work over the last 6 years in advancing and bringing forward the official plan. We think it's a monumental achievement, and it's very timely, and it needs to go ahead. It's time to bring that forward. There is quite a lot of things happening in the world, not least of which is the most important probably to this plan. York Region has now made a request for funding from the province of almost $2 billion, which I think adopting this plan in a timely way will put the right signal forward that East Gwillimbury wants to move ahead and is committed to the inertia related to that funding request. So, there are a couple things I'm going to discuss and I would like to raise, hopefully that can be addressed prior to the plan being brought forward to council. But make no mistake, we're very happy to see the plan moving forward, period, and very happy to see it being adopted today. So with that, Madam Mayor, there are just a couple things. With regard to development phasing, there was some, I think the language in the official plan is very good. There was just some clarity we were looking for to acknowledge that where that infrastructure is being delivered, development can occur and have that align properly with the delivery of that infrastructure. So something of that nature, just clarifying that in terms of the prioritization of allocation and also phasing within the municipality is important. Minor point on cost sharing. There is a policy regarding 2.2.4G that deals with cost sharing, which is great. It's unclear, though, whether that cost sharing applies across the entire landowner group for the secondary plan area, the complete communities area, or in each CDP area. Our submission to you is it needs to apply to both. There are different cost-sharing items that happen at the secondary plan level that the larger landowner group shares in, and then within each CDP area, other cost-sharing items such as schools and parks and other things. They both need trustee clearance, so some clarification on that would be great. Probably the biggest concern remaining is on the retail commercial requirements. We'd put some comments in noting that the commercial requirements in the official plan at about 74,000 seemed high, mainly because we think there may have been some commercial developments that weren't accounted for erroneously. If they were accounted for, it would come down, but regardless, whether or not that commercial number comes down overall as a minimum target, and certainly there's going to be places where people will seek to exceed that target, and which is a good thing. We are looking for the distribution of it amongst the CDP areas to be proportionate to the population. Commercial retail is very much population-related employment. It's driven by the population. So we will be putting in a letter after this, just articulating a table of how we think those numbers could be redistributed, if not and with percentages, so it's helpful, because if they're reduced further, the same percentages apply. The only other, there's only a couple other matters, Madam Mayor. There was a request for height of up to potentially 13 meters in the low-density areas. This was to allow for some of the modern forms of townhouses and housing to be built. And there's commercial mixed-use policies, I think, are well-crafted. The only question in our minds is, should there be allowance for more than just apartments? Right now, the residential that happens outside of the commercial is restricted to apartments. I think a lot of the owners would like to do back-to-back or stacked townhouses, a more denser form only of medium density kind of housing, and certainly the policies speak to medium density. So I'd like to see the flexibility for that higher density grade-related housing to be permitted in those areas. And then there's a few technical changes. I'm not going to get into that right now, but there's a couple corrections, mapping corrections specifically. There's a collector road on just west of the 404 on the east side of Sharon that was shown correctly in the old OP and now is a little off, so we're looking for that to be corrected back, and a couple boundary things that we'll submit. But with that, Madam Mayor, I'm going to stay within my 5 minutes. Thank you for your time, and very much encourage you and committee today to adopt the official plan. Would appreciate some direction to staff to consider the things we're talking about before it comes back to council. But very happy and very supportive of you moving ahead with this, and very thankful for all the hard work that you and your staff and the consultant teams have done. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. Questions? I'm not seeing any at this time. Please, go ahead.
Madam Mayor, just one minor point, appreciation to the deputant, and we look forward to continuing the collaborative relationship we have with the industry, and as we continue to grow in East Gwillimbury. Just, I did hear about prioritization of allocation. I just want to clarify, just so there's reassurance, that that sort of prioritization would be typically contained within separate legal agreements that would be DC credit agreements or the like, and those would always be honored despite the language in the OP, which is more of an overarching plan. So just so there's clarity and reassurance to those that would be upfronting infrastructure.
Thank you very much for making it clear to everyone, I think. Thank you. Any other questions, comments? I have a mover, please. Councillor Foster. All those in favor? And that's carried. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. We are now at item F, and it is called presentations, and at this time there are none before us. So I will move along to item G, which is finance, with Councillor Johnson, the chair.
Thank you very much, Madam Mayor. So item G1 is our finance presentation and report for the 2026 Asset Management Progress Update, and I will turn it over to Mr. Marshall to help lead us in this discussion.
Thank you, through you, Mr. Chair. So all municipalities are required to provide progress updates on their asset management plans by July 1 of this year. So Ishita Bahal, the town's asset management lead, has been coordinating the development of the town's progress update, and we've also retained ACON Canada to undertake the review. And if you recall, on April 14th, we provided a presentation to council and gave an overview of what the progress update would entail. So now the group is here to provide the highlights of the completed progress update, and at this point, I will turn the presentation over to Ms. Bahal.
Thank you, Mr. Marshall. Good morning, Madam Mayor and members of council. For those who may not know me, I am Ishita Bahal, the town's asset management lead, and I am pleased to present the town's 2026 asset management progress update. Before I begin, I'd like to acknowledge that this update was a collaborative effort involving staff from Engineering and Public Works, Fire and Emergency Services, Parks, Recreation and Culture, the Library, Finance, and Information Technology, with oversight from a steering committee of general managers from these areas. The update was developed with our external consultants, AECOM Canada LLC. Joining us virtually today are Chris Lombard, AECOM's Asset Management Leader for Canada, and Dongwei Liu, AECOM's Asset Management Leader for Ontario, who will present the detailed analysis. Next slide, please. As part of the agenda package, members of council will have received the staff report along with the asset management progress update. I will briefly cover the purpose of the progress update and the legislative requirements. I will then hand over the presentation to the AECOM team, who will present the detailed analysis and findings, including the asset management maturity assessment, state of local infrastructure, levels of service, risk management, governance, and the improvement roadmap, before concluding with key takeaways and next steps. Next slide, please. Today's presentation provides council with the asset management progress update and highlights progress made over the past year in strengthening the town's asset management program. Next slide, please. The town manages a diverse portfolio of assets that are essential to delivering services to our residents and the businesses. These include transportation infrastructure, water and wastewater systems, stormwater assets, facilities, fleet, parks, fire and emergency services, information technology, and library assets. This annual review of the town's asset management practices provides an opportunity to better understand the condition and performance of these assets, report on the continuous improvements being made, and make informed decisions to support sustainable service delivery and long-term planning. Next slide, please. The work presented today is guided by the Ontario Regulation 588/17 and reflects the town's ongoing commitment to responsible infrastructure stewardship. The next slide provides a summary of the key regulatory milestones and ongoing reporting requirements. Next slide, please. Ontario Regulation 588/17 established a series of milestones for municipalities, including adopting a strategic asset management policy, developing asset management plans for core and non-core assets, and expanding those plans to include levels of service, life cycle strategies, financing strategies, and risk considerations. Beginning in 2026, municipalities must provide council and the Ministry of Infrastructure with an annual progress update by July 1st. The annual review must report on the municipality's progress in implementing its asset management plan, identify any factors that may be impeding implementation, and outline strategies to address those challenges. The regulation also requires updates to the strategic asset management policy and the asset management plan every 5 years. East Gwillimbury's next policy update is scheduled for 2029, with the next asset management plan update in 2030. Today's presentation fulfills the town's 2026 annual reporting requirement and demonstrates our continued compliance with the regulation. With that, I'll turn the presentation over to the AECOM team, who will take you through the detailed analysis and findings from this year's progress update.
Thank you, Ishta, and Madam Mayor and members of council. Thank you for the opportunity today to present to you this asset management update. So we worked with the town for the last year or so in developing consideration related to asset management maturity, the state of infrastructure, service levels, risk management, asset management governance, and the asset management improvement roadmap. Next slide, please. So on the left, we see a picture of the cover of the report, a very detailed summary of the work that was performed. And I want to highlight the State of Infrastructure report card example that I show there in the appendices of the report. We have like a 6-7 page summary of each of the service areas, capturing all the key asset management aspects that we'll be touching on in this presentation. We're pretty happy and proud how those report cards came about, and I think it presents a very good summary of all the high quality data and high quality infrastructure that the town has. Next slide, please. So the first step was to conduct an asset management maturity assessment according to the Institute of Asset Management Competency Framework. Next slide, please. And the competency framework speaks to different levels of maturity for asset management planning, all the way from innocent, aware, developing, competent, and optimizing. We did find that the town is currently sitting at the developing stage, which is a really good result. It means the processes are being established with credible plans and resources for asset management planning, and it sets up the town nicely to move toward the competent stage over the next couple of years. So some of the key findings is the town is progressing towards competency. A strong foundation has been set, and the asset management planning is connecting to town priorities. The areas of strength include asset management capability in terms of purpose and context, but areas for improvement would be governance, review, and continuous improvements. And these are all recommendations that will be captured, that were captured in the report that my colleague Dongwi will touch on a little bit later. Next slide, please. Now, we looked at the SOI, or State of Infrastructure, which is a summary of the condition and extent of infrastructure assets within the town. Next slide, please. The key takeaway is that pie chart shows that approximately 84% of the town's assets are in a good or better condition. The total replacement value is currently sitting at $3.13 billion, slightly up from the $2.9 billion in the previous asset management plan from last year, just due to inflationary adjustments and new assets that were added. But overall, the asset condition remains consistent with the projections in the 2025 asset management plan. On the next slide, we present pretty much, next slide please, pretty much the same information, but with a bit more granularity in terms of the breakdown in terms of replacement value by service area and sorted by the size of the asset base. You can see transportation makes up the biggest portion, about slightly over $1 billion worth of assets sitting there, and the breakdown in terms of very good, fair, poor, and very poor condition. So you can see, although 84% of all the assets are in a very good condition, there are some assets that would need attention, the red assets that are in a poor condition. So these are the assets that the town need to keep an eye on and make sure there's adequate funding in the capital plan to address the conditions related to those assets. Next slide, please. The next component we looked at was service levels, and service levels is a discussion of the extent and the quality of services that were provided. So we worked with the town to enhance its service level framework. Next slide, please. So we looked at reviewing the current framework across all the service areas. We updated the service area service levels with 2026 data, and also made recommendations on how to establish a monitoring framework and the data owners and monitoring and reporting frequency. So the service levels create a strong basis for annual service level tracking and future council reporting. I will now hand over to my colleague Dongwi to discuss risk assessment.
Thanks, Chris. In this 2026 Asset Management Risk Assessment Update, let's go to the next slide. We have refreshed the town's risk approach to make it more consistent and easy to apply across different asset areas. This including update the town's risk framework, refine how we assess the likelihood of failure and consequence of failure. And we introduced a standard 5x5 risk matrix, and we have refreshed the risk score using the updated condition information. So the key takeaway, if you look at the bottom, the risk assessment update results is very positive. Most assets remain in the lower risk category. About 95% of the assets are rated very low to low risk. And there is a very small group of assets in the high and very high risk category. This will help the town in getting the future review and risk mitigation planning and capital investment decision making. On the next slide, we have updates on the asset management governance. Next slide, please. So the pyramid shows how the asset management roles are organized, and we see the council provide the overall direction, senior management provide oversight, and staff provide the day-to-day operations needed. And you can also see the arrows showing the key ideas, so the direction flow from the top down, while the operations input flow from the bottom up. So in summary, the key progress for governance was we updated the RISI matrix, help clarify who is responsible for doing the work, who is accountable for decisions, and who support the work, and who need to be consulted or informed. We also looked at where different services depends on each other, like how frequent different teams interact and how strong one service area rely on another to deliver the outcome. So overall, the governance updates exercise help us to strengthen the accountability, improve the coordination across departments. On the next slide, we generated an improvement roadmap by taking the findings from this year's progress overview of all the previous components and turn them into an improvement plan for 2026 to 2031. If you go to the next slide. So we organized the improvement actions in the 10 capability area. So you can see from the table, we have the near term 2026, year 1, medium term actions from year 2 to 4, 2027, 2029, and the longer term 2030 and future. So in summary, in the near term, the focus is on strengthening the communications and ownership. This includes explaining how the asset management support the town's objective and improve the communication around the asset management policy. And in the medium term, year 2 to 3, the focus shift to improve the core building blocks, including confirming the asset management liaisons in each department, defining the data standard, documenting demand drivers, improving planning outputs, and refining the risk model and develop a more formal capital prioritization framework. And in the long term, the focus is on maturing the town's asset management decision-making tool, including automation of the capital prioritization where practical, and improving system integrations and supporting longer-term financial planning. So overall, this roadmap provides a path for continuous improvement for the town's asset management. So the final slide is the key takeaway and the next steps. Go to the next slide. So overall, the town has made meaningful progress in asset management. The program is moving beyond compliance to Ontario regulation and towards a more consistent, risk-informed, service-level focused approach to managing assets. The key strengths this year was strong participation across departments. The town also improved its asset data, asset hierarchy, service level monitoring, and based on the updated results, the conclusion is most assets remain in good or better condition and in lower risk category. Looking ahead, in the next step, we will focus on implementing the improvement roadmap, continue to improve the data quality, advance the risk-based capital prioritization. So the progress will be renewed annually so the town can track what has been completed. And these actions will also help position the town for the next asset management policy update scheduled in 2029 and the next major asset management update in 2030. Thank you, Madam Mayor, Member of Council, and senior staff. This concludes the 2026 Asset Management Progress Update. We would be pleased to answer any questions.
Thank you very much. Appreciate that. Members of committee, questions for both online or in person to the team. Councillor Carruthers.
Thank you. Unfortunately, we have such a big agenda because this could, we could spend a long time talking about this. First of all, I just wanted to say I'm so proud of how far we've come, starting looking at our asset management last term and building to where we actually have a plan and actually have eyes on where we need to be going. Through the budget process, I know we've mapped out where we need to be, how much we need to increase our contributions to make sure that this is taken care of and that we have the reserves to handle it. My question to you is, this sounds so good that we have 85%, 84% at good or better. How does that compare to other municipalities?
Through you, Madam Mayor, thank you, Councillor Carruthers. That is actually a very good question. I've seen that come up in a lot of other council meetings. I will firstly say that it is not an easy comparison to make because everyone's method of assessing their condition is very different. We have standard global frameworks that we use, but there is no set framework from the Ministry of Infrastructure that is recommended. So it would be unfair to compare ourselves because our methods would be different. But I would say that we are in a very good position. We are a young municipality. Most of our assets are in good or better condition, and we have a plan to address our assets which are not so. And we'll keep working towards keeping this statistic as is and meeting our target of maintaining good condition.
Thank you. I think for me, it's going to be the looking at year over year, making sure that where we're at, we stay there or we get better. And during the budget process, looking at the identified gap with what we have in reserves and making sure that we're on track to close that gap. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Councillor Crone.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, this is through you to our presenter. This is indeed a topic we could spend a lot of time on. So I have many questions, but I'm going to whittle them down to just a few. I just want to be clear on one thing. Checking my notes here. The report shows that our asset replacement value has risen from 2.9 billion to 3.1 billion. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay, thank you. Through you, Mr. Chair. To me, that's a significant community investment that we've made in the past year. But it also underscores the reason why this isn't just a bureaucratic exercise. It's an exercise that everyone that sits at this table has to take very seriously, and anyone hoping to sit at this table takes it very seriously, because that represents a huge amount of money. So reassure me that the roadmap that you put out there translates into real capital budget decisions and not, it's just not a planning document that's going to sit on the shelf somewhere. Reassure me about that.
Through you, Madam Mayor, thank you, Councillor Crone. I think the two major components of our improvement roadmap is, number one, improving our asset data, because unless we have confidence in our asset data, we cannot make the correct decisions. And we have already succeeded in it in the past year, and we're going to keep making efforts to do so. Also, I would like to add that our consultants briefly mentioned risk-based capital prioritization. For internal use only, we have developed a risk-based capital list of our assets which are in fair, poor, and very poor condition by year up till 2035. And through each budget process, we will be referring to that list to see which assets need immediate attention, that is, which assets are in poor or very poor condition and in high or very high risk category, so that we can prioritize those assets first and maybe defer assets in low risk categories to the future year, depending on budget constraints. So I can assure you that there's a plan in place, and we target to refine that plan and refine that list through our annual progress updates.
Okay. Through you, Mr. Chair, if I may, I have one more question and a comment. You've touched on my next concern, and it's about, my notes say about 7% are very poor. That's an immediate risk, I think, that everyone needs to be concerned about. And we've seen, certainly in the past couple of years, where we have town assets that have failed and we're reacting to the problem. And I'll give you an example. A bridge, for instance, that had an unplanned deterioration, we had to close that. Well, there's engineering designs that have to be done in advance, environmental assessment. There's just a litany of things that you have to go through before you can even put a shovel in the ground. That takes time, and it delays. So I hope, based on what you just said, that we're building plans identifying the very poor, but also laying the groundwork so that if it does happen, or we can get ahead of it, that it minimizes the inconvenience to our residents, because unfortunately that's what we're seeing now in parts of our town, where people are being inconvenienced because of unplanned deteriorations in infrastructure. So I just want to make sure that we're very clear that we're being proactive on that and not reactive. And so if you want to address that, please go ahead.
Through you, Madam Mayor. Thank you, Councillor Crone. Firstly, I would like to address that our poor or very poor assets are valued at $217 million, out of which only $32 million assets, that's less than 1%, are in high or very high risk category. Majority of those assets that are in poor or very poor condition are actually in low or very low risk categories. A large component of those poor or very poor assets are our IT technology laptops, which were purchased during COVID time, and they are nearing their end of life, and there is a plan to phase them out and purchase new laptops for the town. So a lot of these assets are actually not in a high risk category, just less than 1%. And I can assure you that we will be working with finance to first address the very high risk category assets, and any asset that poses health and safety risk to our residents would not be put into service.
Okay, Mr. Chair, just a final comment. I know we have to hurry here. The report identifies a funding gap that is not in infrastructure it's not currently documented or reported. I think going forward, certainly for the next term of council, I would hope this is something that we can change and that it is reported on a regular basis, whether it's annually or twice a year, take your pick. We need to have eyes on this big time, if for no other reason than for good governance and transparency. Thank you. I've taken up a lot of time. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
So, Councillor Foster. Sorry, I have Mr. Valchik that wanted to comment and speak. I have Mr. Marshall that wanted to speak. I will defer to the councillors on the committee and then go to staff.
Well, thank you. I like being first. So overall, this report is really reassuring when we look at things. However, I couldn't help but think to myself as I read through the second time, the challenge with infrastructure as it ages, the challenge is going to be to keep this as reassuring as I think it is. When taxes and spending are top of mind all the time that we hear from the residents, I'm not so sure how this municipality could have done a heck of a lot better for this report. So again, we talk about 84% being good or better than that. This is a really reassuring report, and I'm not looking for anything from that. I think just a comment, but the challenge is going to be to keep it this way for sure. Thank you.
Thank you.
So I have some comments, but I'll make the comments now, and then I'll flip it back out to staff. No, so my comment, it was interesting when Councillor Crothers, you made the comment about comparing municipalities, and your response back, wholly agree with. I think that on the ground, real life people, I think that we would say, well, you can compare, because if we drive across town lines or municipal lines, we can see a difference in how different municipalities operate. And I was reading a report from a township that I will not name that is in a different region, and their roads, not all their assets, but their roads were at 63% poor or very poor with a amount of close to $500 million that needed to be replaced. And when I was looking at our report and thinking about the comparable municipalities that we very much, as residents of East Gwillimbury, would go and drive if we were traveling in that direction, I think that we could see that there is a very marked difference. And to Councillor Foster's point, this is about staying on top of it and then getting ahead of it. And the work that we have started in this term, great. We have an immense amount of work to do. Construction is a very difficult thing for us in the municipality and definitely in the summer. But the fact that we are actually repairing and replacing our roads, when I'm thinking about other municipalities, there are some very challenging situations that other municipalities are in. And I'm glad that the position of East Gwillimbury is one that we are taking a leadership position. Mr. Marshall, and then I'll leave the last word to Mr. Valchik.
Thank you, through you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to address the comment about the funding gap. So the 2025 Asset Management Plan identified a funding gap of, it was about $6 million. And part of the approval of the Asset Management Plan included a financial strategy to address that funding gap. And it was a strategy of percentage increase to our asset management reserves over a 10-year period. And if we kept to that strategy, it is projected that we would be able to maintain our assets in a good or very good condition to the year 2051. So we are aware of that funding gap, and the financial strategy is meant to address that gap.
Is there any follow-up or questions to Mr. Marshall from committee on that? Councillor Crone, you're good. Mr. Valchik.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just wondering if we could just put the slide back up again that said State of Infrastructure Update Condition for Service Areas. I want to say it was slide about 13. So just to clarify, just add a little bit to what Ishita said earlier, and she did a great job, and thank you to her and the consultants for the work they've done on this. For clarity, the far right of those bars, the red and the slightly orange, is what we're talking about in poor, very poor condition. And what Ishita has said is that within that red and orange, we've further identified what we consider to be the high risk assets within that category. So you can see the category visually is very small, and within it is yet again a much smaller portion that's actually high risk that we want to prioritize. So just to bring sort of a visual to her comments, I wanted to point that out. And just to the point about the bridges, for clarity, those are inspected regularly. Part of the reason for those failures that were unplanned was unauthorized traffic, heavy vehicles going across those bridges. So I'm advised by Mr. Brake that the reconstruction will be to a higher standard to try and mitigate the risk of some of those things happening that's really sort of beyond our control. So just a couple of points of clarification. This slide, to Councillor Crone's point, suggesting is this going to be a plan that'll sit on a shelf or can we use it? I would suggest council members will want to have this slide handy when you're having future deliberations, because this is really the story on this slide, in my opinion. Thank you.
Any other questions, comments from committee? So seeing none, the clerk will be putting the motion on the screen for item G1 for us to vote upon. It's also in the agendas. It's to be received, approve the asset management update, and then further in regards to our responsibilities with the ministry is to circulate that to them, to the province. Can I have a mover for that? Councillor Crone. Any further discussion on this? All those in favor? Motion carries. Wonderful. Thank you sincerely. That takes us to the next item on the agenda under finance. It's item G2. This is a joint report between engineering and finance for the Harry Walker Parkway Extension Roads Development Charge Credit. Mr. Marshall, are you taking the lead on this, or Mr. Brake, or Mr. Marshall?
Through you, Mr. Chair, I'll take the lead for this one. So, as part of their non-residential development, Rice Group wishes to construct the extension of the Harry Walker Parkway on behalf of the town. In accordance with our development charge credit policy, since the works are in the town's development charge background study, they're entitled to receive development charge credits to reimburse them for the cost of those works. And this report seeks authority to enter into the DC credit agreement to facilitate the reimbursement.
Are there questions or comments from committee? Councillor Carruthers.
Thank you. A question that I had that I've received an answer to, but I wanted to get it in the public record. I just wanted to have that explanation again about how we give a DC credit when the development hasn't been approved yet. So they're getting a credit for something that they haven't been charged for yet, or if you can just explain the timing on that. And we can see that the road's already being constructed, so I'm just wanting to get the timeline into the record. Thanks.
Mr. Marshall. Mr. Marshall's got his mic on, but Councillor Carruthers has suggested that Ms. Moumbakis would like to answer this question.
Well, I'll take a stab at it through Mr. Chair. So our policy has a couple ways of reimbursement. So generally, they would get reimbursement as they pay their development charges. They would not pay for that component of the development charge. If their development has not been approved, then there's no ability to get credits at that point in time. They would have to wait until it got approved, and if for some reason it didn't get approved, then there would be a reimbursement mechanism where they get paid back annually over a period of time.
Thank you very much, and your answer matches Ms. Moumbakis, so that's all good. Thank you.
Great to have alignment. Any further discussion on the item? Seeing none, we do have it posted here. The resolution is also in the agenda. Who would like to move this? Councillor Crone. Any further discussion? All those in favor? Motion carries. Wonderful. Mr. Marshall, do you have any other items under finance that you wish to share with the committee?
Through you, Mr. Chair, nothing at this time.
And committee, do we have any other items for Mr. Marshall? Seeing none. Madam Mayor, I will turn it back to you.
Thank you very much. We're at Item H, Development Services, with Councillor Carruthers in the chair.
Thank you very much, Madam Mayor. We have a very full development services agenda with 5 items. The first one is probably one of the biggest things we do as a council. It's our official plan. It's taking up over half of our 1,000-page agenda here, so we're going to spend some time on this one, so buckle up. I'm going to turn this over to General Manager Gwillimbury to take us through this.
Thank you very much, Councillor. Well, this is a significant milestone. You know, in my career, I've gone through 2 official plans. I didn't actually think I'd be doing a third, but here we are, and this is a very, very exciting time for the town, and actually for me professionally. We're at the culmination of a 6-year journey. That is a long time, but it is reflective of the amount of work that has gone into this official plan, the amount of public consultation, engagement with special interest groups, the development community, and committee and council. So we're at a really critical juncture from my perspective. It really is important that this council adopts the official plan to ensure it has a relevant, up-to-date official plan which will set the direction for growth management for the town for the next 25 years. And as we heard with the opportunity for more servicing potentially coming to the town, it really is important that we have the vision and the policy framework to guide that development. If you choose to adopt the official plan, this isn't the final step on this very lengthy journey. The plan then will go to the province for approval. And as you heard earlier in my responses, I can't tell you when that approval will take place, but the province does have its own consultation process. I also want to remind everyone, and you're going to hear a thorough presentation from Mr. Palmer. This is the first time council's adopted this official plan. It adopted it in 2022. And through circumstances well beyond the control of town council, we've had to come back again. And Mr. Palmer will reflect and share with you some of those comments and why we got here now. I'd also like to acknowledge, and I seldom get to do this, but the work of Mr. Palmer. He's been the one constant. He's been here longer than any of the staff who've worked on this official plan. So to me, that is an important, critical milestone, and I really think that he has continued to hang in there to get us over this last little piece. So I'm going to turn over the mic to Mr. Palmer, who's going to take you through a presentation, a bit about the history, how we've accommodated concerns, and then Mr. Palmer, Mr. Krupnik, and myself will be more than happy to answer questions of council.
I want to make sure this works. Is this okay? Thank you, as always, for listening to me today. I do appreciate it. Yes, it has been a long journey. I do appreciate Mr. Rogers promoting me to senior staff earlier today. Highly appreciated. This process, as it has evolved, includes a brand new official plan, and it also includes the planning framework for the complete communities plan area, which is the next step of urban development in the town of East Gwillimbury. My important conversation with you is about collaboration. We've heard a little bit about that throughout this morning, but this is truly a collaborative effort. Certainly, I've had the pleasure of collaborating with council, listening to you, understanding your issues, concerns, and recommendations and ideas, and I hope that I have appropriately incorporated those into this plan. I can't say enough about staff, even though there has been many staff, but I'm very happy. Today, I think you're in good hands going forward. You have a lot of potential development opportunity within this town, and this plan is intended to help you properly manage that growth over time. We've also heard from the landowners group, who have been very helpful through this process. A whole host of agencies, the region, school boards, conservation authority, among others. Town staff have carefully considered and met with the Indigenous communities throughout this process. And of course, we can't forget the public. Before the 2022 plan, we had a fulsome consultation process, as well as since 2022. The public has been involved and provided us with lots of good questions, concerns, and ideas. Consultation does not end today. It will continue on this plan until the day the province approves it. There's never an end to consultation, and it's a really important part of planning in the province of Ontario. And before I get started, I did want to introduce Stacey McCullough from my firm, who's sitting just off my left shoulder. She's here to share in the blame and/or accolades, whatever those might be. She has been involved in this plan and in this work in East Gwillimbury since the very beginning. Absolutely crucial to me and my right arm. Overall, this has been a really good, notwithstanding long experience for me. East Gwillimbury's been a wonderful place to work, and I'm hoping that we can continue to move forward together. Next slide, please. The purpose of today is really to give you a bit of an overview of the official plan. However, the focus is going to be on the commentary that we've heard since the last presentation that I made to you, which was a little bit more about the details of the plan. Certainly, it is important to remember that this is an integrated plan. It includes both the new official plan and the policy framework for the complete communities plan area. That list of studies that's on this slide were done in support of the complete community plan area. Those are all really important studies that provided a lot of background and a lot of direction to ensure that the complete communities plan area is properly integrated, becomes a complete community, and can be provided with appropriate municipal service infrastructure. Importantly and overarchingly, this plan is a continuation of the transformation of East Gwillimbury. You have been planning for significant urban growth for the last 30 years. This plan is intended to help you manage that change over the next 25. It is transformative. East Gwillimbury will be a different looking place in the year 2051 than it is today. Next slide, please. This is a bit of a chronology. This is a carryover from my last presentation. And yes, it has been a long journey. I'm not going to read every slide because there's a lot of words that I've put into this presentation, but really important is what has changed since the 2022 plan to today. And Ms. Vukakis did identify a couple of the changes since 2022. Key to that is what the province has been doing on a pretty much continuous basis through amendments to both the Planning Act and the provision of a new provincial planning statement. The first thing that changed in that, it's not the policy statement anymore, it's the planning statement. Part of the changes include the role of the Region of York. Back in 2022, the Region of York was your approval authority. They provided, once the 2022 plan was adopted by Council, a host of suggested policy adjustments, which have all been considered and incorporated into this version of the official plan. As I mentioned, there's been multiple changes to the Planning Act, as well as the new provincial planning statement. Sometimes it's as simple as wording changes, but sometimes they are substantive and needed to be appropriately reflected in this final draft of the official plan. As I've mentioned already, this plan also incorporates the complete communities plan area. So there's a lot of moving parts. We started with your existing official plan, we moved to the 2022 version, and now based on all of those changes, we're now here before you with a final draft official plan, hoping for moving forward to Council in the next month or so. As I mentioned, consultation continues. It will not end until approval by the province at some point in the future, which is about as specific as we can get. Next slide. This slide has changed a fair bit over the years, but we are getting close to the end. After today, hopefully, if the committee decides to move forward, it will be before Council for adoption in about a month, and then it goes to the province for their review and approval. I will tell you that the province did provide initial commentary on a previous draft of the official plan, and I'll get into it a little bit later, but those proposed changes have been dealt with. So we're hopeful, and I use the word hopeful, that an approval from the province won't take as long as it typically is taking these days for them to get through these documents. Next slide. This is really just what's in this plan. I've already talked about it. It starts with your existing official plan. It moved to a new plan in 2022. Then all of the adjustments that have been requested by the province, as well as the commentary that we have received from agencies, from council, from staff, and from the public have been incorporated into what we're calling the final draft. Most of that work occurred prior to November 21st of 2025, where the plan was released, but the plan has continuously been adjusted into the plan that you have before you today. Next slide, please. The official plan is not a standalone document. It does include a number of appendices. The first one, Appendix A, and this is a bit unique to East Gwillimbury, keeping in mind that the complete community plan is focused on the requirement for community design plans, which come after approval of this plan, and will inform subsequent planning processes, including zoning draft plans of subdivision or draft plans of condominium, and in some cases, site plan approval. It's not the end today, but we're getting closer. Appendix A is the terms of reference for the preparation of a community design plan, including detailed technical studies, requirements for consultation, and the elements that are needed within the community design plan to appropriately inform zoning. There's also an appendix that identifies some of the natural heritage features in detail that comprise the environmental protection designation that is throughout the municipality. And finally, there is an urban design manual that has been prepared to support the policy framework in this official plan and to assist the town in their evaluation of subsequent development approvals. Provides information and guidance on a host of elements that are very important to ensure that we have a well-designed, beautiful, and complete community. Next slide. I promise that every presentation I've made includes this slide and the next one. The reason I do that is that this is something that was developed as part of the initial 2022 official plan. This was worked on through consultation with the public and has not changed at all from the 2022 plan to the current draft of the official plan. These are overarching statements, first the vision supported by principles that form the basis of all policy that follows. Everything is linked, everything is important, and this is what we got from the public and partly from requirements of provincial policy. So this is the vision statement. The next slide, please, is the 8 fundamental principles. All important elements of good planning in the town of East Gwillimbury. Next slide. So as I said, the focus of today's presentation is responding to comments. Now, the staff report includes matrices where we tracked commentary and provided responses. in fairly significant detail. So I'm not going to go through every single one of them, but what I want you to know is that we've reviewed everything we received, and we considered everything we received. We agreed with a lot of the commentary, and in some cases we didn't agree, or it was simply looking for further clarification. So the details of the commentary review from members of the public, from First Nations, from the Technical Advisory Committee, and from the Landowners Group are all included in the staff report. And where changes have been recommended, those changes have been made. Next slide, please. When I go through all of these comments, suggestions, concerns, it's my job as your consultant to give my best assessment of what I think is in the interest of, is the public interest and in the interest of the town. Sometimes those agree with the commentary provided by the stakeholder who provides it, sometimes not. But again, the focus and working through all of these comments with staff is to make sure that we're giving the town the best advice that we can give you. That is in the interest of the public, and public interest is a big term, as well as in the best interest of the town. What tools do you need? How can we deliver them? How are they worded? And how do we achieve the vision and the principles through those policies? So as I say at the end of this slide, this is our best advice to council. We think that you have in this document the tools to manage change, significant change, over the next 25 years. And just to remind you, in 2022, this was a 30-year plan. Now it's a 25-year plan. Next slide. Dealing with the public, again, the commentary was really good. We heard it through correspondence, and we heard it through a number of public meetings. They had a couple of topics that they were really interested in. First and foremost, what are we doing about the town's greenlands? When I say greenlands, I mean rural agricultural lands, natural heritage system, and so on. And I can tell you that more than 75% of the entire town is within the greenland system. It's either environmental protection, rural or agricultural lands. The primary difference between what's in your existing official plan versus what is in this official plan is how we dealt with the land areas that were identified way back in your existing official plan, identified as Whitebelt. Those were within the main central area, and that Whitebelt identifier was always intended to be urban development at some point in the future. So what we've done with those lands is identify them either as within the complete community plan area or as areas that we call future urban. Those were not initially part of the urban strategy within the existing official plan, but nonetheless, they are not within the Greenbelt plan. The town has always desired that these be part of the urban system of the main growth area, the central growth area. So we have prepared policy to deal with that. Fundamentally, however, we have not changed the split between urban versus greenlands within your official plan. The conservation of cultural heritage is also an important element of this plan. Your existing official plan includes a policy framework. The 2022 plan had that policy framework. In this plan, we have updated that policy framework through commentary from both the Indigenous communities as well as from the province. So my understanding is that we have the most up-to-date policy framework that helps to conserve cultural heritage within the town. I've been doing this for 42 some odd years, and always the controversy of new development is about compatibility with the existing community. So in this plan, I have provided a very specific policy framework that is intended to be applicable to all development, that deals fairly specifically with the concept of compatibility. I've included what compatibility means, and that definition comes from 42 years of experience, including a host of OMB, LPAT, OLT hearings where that issue is always discussed. So I've attempted to enhance the discussion about compatible development throughout the town. Next slide, please. Lots of discussion at the public meetings about who's paying for all of this stuff. Who's paying for growth? The complete community plan area comes with a financial impact study that talks about how that growth will be paid for. And in that document, it talks about the role of development charges, and that's both local development charges as well as regional development charges. The new community benefits charges, which is intended to assist the town in paying for new community facilities and other beneficial development, as well as parkland dedication, which can generate both land for parkland, which is absolutely critical to a new community, as well as cash in lieu of that parkland that helps to augment the supply of land throughout the town. One of the most important elements was the provision of housing choice. And the whole idea of this official plan is to think about all of the development opportunity that you have left. And you have a lot. You have a lot of development opportunity within your existing secondary plans. And that goes from Sharon, Holland Landing, Mount Albert, and Queensville. Those need to be built out. Green Lane is in its infancy. However, there are some important elements, like the transit connectivity, are there. That drives density, which also drives opportunities for various and a full range of housing types, not just single detached or ground-related housing, but also apartment buildings, low-rise apartments, mid-rise apartments, and high-rise apartments. The intent of the plan is to get all of those house forms within East Gwillimbury. And that's subsequently linked to the idea of affordability. The province, since the mid-90s, has required official plans to put in an affordable housing target into the official plan. That remains, and there is a target in this official plan. Notwithstanding the requirement for a target, there's never been a tool to achieve it. So you can't mandate or require or compel the private sector to build affordable housing. Now, I will say that with one exception that is not specifically applicable here in East Gwillimbury. Protected major transit station areas, they can include inclusionary zoning, which is a tool to compel. But your major transit station areas are not specifically protected major transit station areas. So that tool today is not available for use by the town. The goal is that you have enough housing choice at higher densities that some will be intrinsically affordable. It will be affordable because of enhanced density related to per unit land cost, and smaller units, which tend to be more affordable than typical. So we're doing what we can do, but it's all about the intensity of development and delivering the full range and mix of housing types. The public did raise the issue of employment lands and employment generation, and this specifically is in proximity to your existing 404 and the planned Bradford bypass. These are excellent opportunities to generate more employment-generating land uses. Some of that is within the future urban area. Some of it is already designated and ready to go. But nonetheless, there is a desire to get more employment in East Gwillimbury. Next slide. From the Indigenous communities, they have an interest in everything in your official plan. However, their primary areas of focus are to ensure that the official plan includes policies that commit the town to ongoing Indigenous consultation. And I think the town has been working on that with the Indigenous communities, and additional policies have been added to the official plan to ensure that that happens. Indigenous communities are very interested in the protection of the natural environment, and this plan includes the most up-to-date approach to protect those natural heritage features throughout the entire municipality. Requirements for the conservation of archaeological resources. This plan, based on commentary from both the Indigenous communities and from the province, includes up-to-date policies related to the conservation of archaeological resources in accordance with the requests of both the province and the Indigenous communities. Next slide. Through the work carried out on the Complete Communities Plan area, we had a technical advisory committee that included a whole host of agencies that have an interest in the planning of the town. We did work closely with the school boards to identify both the number and the location of potential school sites within the Complete Communities Plan area. In terms of the Conservation Authority, we have followed closely along with their requirements related to floodline and hazard protection, but also generally on the sub-watershed basis in terms of the natural heritage system. So we've incorporated the commentary from the Conservation Authority into this plan. York Region, who initially on the 2022 plan gave us, I don't want to overstate it, but I'm going to say 75 pages of comments. They were your approval authority, and they were integrating much of their own official plan into your official plan. We went through all of those comments and made adjustments in the interest of the town of East Gwillimbury. Following that, in terms of the ongoing work with the region of York through the Complete Communities Planning exercise, they provided additional commentary, but it was focused on transportation, infrastructure, housing, and things that they are now focused on. Keeping in mind that their official plan still exists, but through the approval of this plan, it's expected to go away and not be applicable here. But until that happens, it is still applicable. We made a host of changes on the basis of their suggestions and are confident that they will be satisfied with the current draft official plan. Next slide. The province of Ontario also provided a host of comments to us, which by and large were incorporated. A lot of them were wording changes because as they evolve their Planning Act legislation and the provincial planning state, they like to change words and phrases. So of course they helped us make those changes in this plan. Hopefully we won't have to do that again. The natural heritage system, they promoted, suggested an approach that was different than what we provided in this plan. In my opinion, that approach provided less protection than the approach that we've included in this plan, which is an important element of ensuring that the natural heritage system is protected. Next slide. The province was a little bit concerned about the future urban areas that we had identified. This is something that was initially identified in your existing official plan as Whitebelt. These parcels, and there's 3 of them, were included in the 2022 version of the official plan, supported by a land needs assessment prepared by the town. And we're carrying it forward with a justification based on the new planning policy framework in the new provincial planning statement. These are primarily for employment generating land uses. There are some residential, but not much. We're also trying to recognize existing estate residential development that are in that white belt context, but are already existing within the central growth area. We are convinced that we've prepared the work necessary, and the province will go forward with what the town has been requesting and anticipating for quite some time. Next slide. The landowners group, who we've been working with collaboratively throughout the process, did provide substantial commentary. We did agree with some of their concerns and have made appropriate adjustments to the draft official plan. However, we didn't agree with everything that they suggested. That's not unusual. It's the difference between my job to protect the public interest and do things in the best interests of the town. And mostly with the landowners group, it's providing more flexibility to allow them to work through the subsequent processes and get what they want before they know exactly what they want. So it's about the regulatory element that's in the best interest of the town versus the flexibility to do different things than we anticipate. So the first one, I think Mr. Cory identified it, was the policy framework for phasing. We did, staff and I both looked very carefully at the wording promoted in the policies for phasing. Our objective is to ensure that the town, and specifically council, has the opportunity to manage the rate of change. It's very important, as we've talked about before, that you have 6 community design plan areas. You have existing secondary plans, and you need a planning framework that allows council to make decisions on timing. Everybody can't go at the same time. That would be not appropriate from a market perspective, but also very difficult to manage small elements of development all over the town. So our objective was to give the town and council some tools to manage that change, linked, of course, to your service capacity allocation protocol, which you already have. The goal is to make sure you have the tools necessary to appropriately phase development. Next slide. Requirements for a community design plan. And again, remember that these are focused primarily on the complete community plan area. From the beginning, way back in 2020, in conversations with many of the landowners, it was decided to come up with this hybrid approach where we do some planning regulations and designations, but then allow those things to be refined through a non-statutory document, the community design plan. And then to use the community design plan to inform draft plans of subdivision, condominium, rezoning, and where appropriate, site plan approval. A request to not be subject to that is, in my opinion, not appropriate, and that it is, and always has been, embedded in the whole idea of the complete community plan area and the approach to planning that would be taken there. So we have not exempted anyone from the requirement to do a community design plan. The requirements for mixed-use buildings versus permissions for standalone buildings. This was a very specific policy in the commercial mixed-use designation, where initially it was a very rigid requirement to have non-residential uses incorporated to all buildings at grade. Based on some conversations with my own consultant from Urban Metrics, we decided to soften that regulatory element and to allow some flexibility to consider the target for retail and service commercial uses within this designation and elsewhere to make sure that it's achieved, but without requiring that every building be a mixed-use building. So this permits standalone residential in the commercial mixed-use designation, while still requiring the achievement of the target overall. So we think that that was a fair and reasonable adjustment to the plan. You heard Mr. Cory about the concerns about the required amount of retail and service commercial uses, not just the amount, but also the proposed locations. This approach in the official plan is directly related and implements the recommendations of the work carried out by Urban Metrics, with one exception. So the locations are identified as the areas that are likely to have the most success in supporting retail and service commercial uses, not necessarily always related to the population in the immediate vicinity. The amount that is incorporated into the official plan is the low end of the recommended range. So our objective is to achieve at least that amount of retail and service commercial uses within the community design plan areas to ensure that this is a complete community. East Gwillimbury for far too long has been well underserved with retail and service commercial uses that are in East Gwillimbury. So the objective is to change that relationship, and as you grow, to make sure that those facilities are required. The one exception is the Young Corridor community, which is over at the south-west corner of the complete communities plan area. Urban Metrics was convinced by the information provided by the Landowners group that that area could be reduced in terms of its requirement for retail and service commercial uses, given its proximity to Green Lane and the anticipated commercial context there, as well as the smaller scale of this community design plan area. So we did implement a change in that regard. However, we did not change any of the other targets for that land use. In their letter, there were concerns about the amount and locations of public parkland. Dealing with the locations, they are identified in the plan symbolically, and lots of opportunity to move those around through the community design plan process. However, there is a requirement for public parkland. When you're developing significant residential communities, there has to be parkland. That is a fundamental element of living in a residential community in East Gwillimbury. We've utilized slightly less than the standard 5% that you get with residential development through the Planning Act. However, I have mentioned several times that the town needs to update their parkland dedication bylaw to take advantage of potential opportunities for an enhanced dedication. So in my opinion, the requirements for parkland within each of the community design plan areas are an appropriate minimum to be achieved. And they are included in the policy framework. Where they are, how they're configured, what they comprise, subject to the community design plan process, acquisition, subject to the parkland dedication bylaw. Next slide. We did get some concerns, notwithstanding our desire to include the future urban areas within this plan. We did get some concerns that they didn't want to be subject to a subsequent official plan amendment and/or a community design plan. The concern with that is, first of all, we need the province to agree with us that they are future urban. Secondly, the desire for comprehensive development. There's always multiple landowners involved in these areas, and we certainly need some comprehensive planning and the full host of technical studies that support development. So we did not want to just simply give them land use designations, because when you think about how development will be phased, if we gave them land use designations, they could go right away in advance of the complete communities plan area and potentially even in front of Green Lane and all your other secondary plans. So we felt it was appropriate to require a subsequent official plan amendment and potentially a community design plan to ensure comprehensive development and make sure that they're doing all of the necessary work to support future development. Next slide. So this is my last slide. We're hoping, pending a decision today, that this plan will be back before council on July 23rd. I think that's still the date. Following council adoption, it does go to the province for approval. As Ms. Vacant has said, they claim to have a timeline. My experience to date is that they never meet it. Our hope is that because of the going through the plan on their preliminary comments, that their review will be much abbreviated and approval can be achieved as quickly as possible. And with that, I thank you very, very much for listening to me, and happy to try and answer any questions that you might have.
Thank you, Mr. Palmer, and thank you to staff who've also been so busy on this and all the meetings that we've had up to now. It's been a journey. Most of us at this table have been with you since 2020 when this started, and I think what might be missing for some of the public in your presentation is when you say we're going to be very different, it's not that council wants us to be very different, it's that we are mandated to grow by the province. And so the fact is that based on that, we will be different. And so this official plan is the parts that we can control to make it East Gwillimbury into the community that our residents want. So thank you so much for that. The slides at the end where you talked about the input, I think are so important for people to understand the competing interests, that it's not just what we want. There's other stakeholders that also have input into this, and I'm glad that you've held firm on things like the environmental protection, making sure that it's the way that we want it. We have 7 resolutions here, parts to our resolutions that I'm going to get put on the table, and then we'll open up to questions. So the 7 are to be received, to be adopted, endorse the urban design manual, authorize staff to make any technical changes, direct staff to bring forward the bylaw for this at our July meeting, direct staff to forward the official plan to the ministry, and direct staff to undertake a parkland dedication bylaw review. So can somebody move those to put them on the table? Councillor Foster, and I will open it up to questions. Who wants to start? Come on, guys, this is big. Okay, Councillor Johns, go ahead.
Yeah, thanks, Councillor Crothers. You know, it's interesting you made the call out saying most of us was here when we started. That was obviously a commentary towards the fact that I wasn't here when this journey started. So obviously there was a lot of catch up. I will say that what was important to me through this process and understanding, so the 2010 official plan that has been governing us really did define the urban and rural boundaries. And going through this process and the things that we have dealt with in this term, I think what is most important is the fact that this starts to provide clarity, kind of as if you were like zooming in on your touch screen and providing more clarity. I feel like this term of council, there has been some reaction to applications that are put forward, amendments, and I think that if you were listening to Mr. Palmer's nuance in some of his words, he was very much setting up the opportunity to provide even greater clarity and to provide greater teeth and tools for us as a municipality beyond kind of identified areas, but further against the phasing. Like that, Mr. Palmer, you talked that entire time about the methodology that you went and where we've landed, but the inflection in your voice changed about the phasing, and I think that is actually something that we should be championing and kind of shouting from the mountaintops about what is such a critical path forward for East Gwillimbury is the importance of that phasing. The other thing that you could say it's a small thing. I think it's a big thing. The fact that I grew up in the rural part of town. It always, quite frankly, boggled my mind in not understanding the ability to have accessory dwelling units within the rural area. And I have also learned through this process different definitions, and there are two different nomenclatures for countryside within the official plan. And I am happy to see that during an affordability crisis and a housing crisis, that this official plan in the two countryside designations allow for accessory dwelling units, and the opportunity to be able to have multi-generational families being able to live in one spot, whether it be parents downsizing to an accessory dwelling unit while families grow in another, or as younger families move to an accessory dwelling unit. These type of differentiating housing options, even though it's not in the rural urban area, the rural area of East Gwillimbury is just as important for housing options as the urban area is. And so, listen, this is not perfect. Clearly, this is not perfect, but the input that residents have had along the way, they have genuinely been reflected within this plan. And I think that the professionals that have been working on this, I know that I joked previously at our last meeting about, Mr. Palmer, you speak like maple syrup pours. You are greatly appreciated with the amount of in-depth insight that you provide and the responsiveness to our questions in going through the process. So through you, Madam Chair, Councillor Crothers, I just wanted to say thank you to yourself and the staff.
Thank you. Councillor Crone.
Thank you, Madam Chair. You know, I'll repeat what others have said. This is an enormous undertaking. And I feel like I've spent most of my municipal career undertaking this. You know, it's gone through 2 councils, 2 CAOs, and I think 3 general managers of planning. So, the general manager of Vacant saw where I was going with that. So, this takes a toll, and it's not easy, and it's you know, but it is, because it is such a large document, it deserves more than just a perfunctory adoption. You know, you made a comment, and Councillor Carruthers mentioned it, that, you know, by 2051, we're going to be a very different place. You know, that may be the understatement of the day. You know, we will, as the document, and I understand our population targets are, we're going to be about 128,000 people. That's a tripling of our population today. That's enormous. So not everyone is going to be keen on that. I think we acknowledge that. What, through you, Madam Chair, to Mr. Palmer, what would you say to the East Gwillimbury residents that like East Gwillimbury the way it is today and would just rather stop growth altogether and say, you know what, we're closed for business, we're done, we want to stop here? What would you say to them?
Through you, Madam Chair, that's a very difficult question. However, it's not one I haven't heard before. It's not East Gwillimbury's choice to be closed for business. Certainly, the amount of change anticipated by this plan is significant. And again, the goal is to manage it appropriately. But it's not fair to assume, living on the edge of one of the fastest growing regions in this country, that you get no change. You know, this has been going on for 50 years in York Region, and we start in the south and work our way northward, and you are in the way of the demand for growth. It's a difficult thing to understand. Certainly, I live in downtown Toronto. I'm not happy that there's a 18-story building going up across the street from me. But at the end of the day, growth is coming. It has been coming for a long time here. You have significant development potential already in Queensville and Sharon. Holland Landing's mostly built out. Mount Albert is mostly built out. But there's still a lot of growth in plans that have been in place for 15 years. Green Lane is a significant development opportunity. So regardless of what's in this plan, East Gwillimbury had already been changing. The goal of this plan, keeping in mind the vision and the principles, is you need to be more sustainable than you were historically. And sustainability in this case means get denser, more mobility options, including enhanced transit, protection of the natural heritage system, and implementation of green building technology and green infrastructure. These are things that need to be done over time to ensure that this town continues to grow in a responsible way. We heard about your fiscal responsibility earlier today, fundamentally important. You've been doing a good job. You've got a lot of development coming your way. Management, balance, and ensuring that change is going to happen in a reasonable pace so that it's not so jarring that it's not all happening tomorrow. So you've got lots of time, 25 years. This plan will change a couple of times before 2051. So again, it's all about doing the best you can with the tools you have, recognizing that the change is coming, and it's very, very difficult to stop that momentum, and it's not your decision alone.
If I may, Madam Chair, thank you. I think I'm going to go on YouTube and take a clip of your answer there and just keep it on my phone and play it back to any time somebody asks me that. That was an excellent answer. Thank you. I sometimes liken, Toronto is ground zero, and we're in the blast radius, and we have it's hard to escape it. The Greenbelt and Oak Ridges Moraine thankfully gives us a bit of protection from that. If I may, just one more through you, Madam Chair. I was particularly happy to see the concept of growth pays for growth in the plan. I think that is so critical for us. It's important that we don't burden our existing residents with what is about to come. It's for all of us on this side of the table, it's a balancing act because we have to, we want affordable and attainable housing for, our children and grandchildren. So, but we don't want to, burden our existing residents with the costs that are inherent. So, I hope we can see that that's not just aspirational, but that we find a way to, square that circle. And I just want to echo the comments made by Councillor Carruthers about the involvement of Indigenous consultation, and I think that's important, and it needs to continue. Thank you again for all your efforts on this, to you, to staff, and everyone that's been in this for the long haul, the residents that came out to public meetings. This is probably the most important document that this council will approve in its term. So thank you for everyone involved.
Thank you. Next, I have Councillor Foster, and then I'm sure Madam Mayor will want to have a comment. Go ahead.
Thank you. It has been a long haul, no doubt about that. So even though we've been involved with this since the beginning, the amount of work that's gone into this is staggering, both with staff, Mr. Palmer, everybody else that's been involved in council. It's nice that I think we can see the finish line again. I think we saw it once. It's like we fell down or we got pushed. And now we can see that finish line again. To kind of grow on what Councillor Crone was saying, I get asked all the time by residents, about the developments that's happening. And my answer quite often is, would I like EG the way it was 35 or 40 years ago? Absolutely. I think I'm smart enough to realize that wasn't going to happen. So I think in all our engagement with Mr. Palmer all the way through this, that has made a lot of this much easier to understand. We've thrown questions at you like crazy. I think this whole plan, to put it simply, lets this municipality drive the bus a little bit as to how we can try to control the development that's out there, and much of that development has been sitting there for, I think you said 15 years, I think probably 20 or 25. It seems like I've been hearing a lot of this for a long, long time. So I think, like I say, we drive the bus going forward. It kind of helps us with the land that's already been designated to grow, and hopefully we can control that. So thank you.
Thank you. Mayor Haxon, do you have a comment?
Thank you very much. Reminds me of the days when I grew up in Scarborough and what happened and what changed and the difference that there was there, people that didn't want to change, and ultimately the community changed and people loved it. It is, and I know there's several from the Scarborough Grow understand that discussion about it. I think it's inevitable for all communities that we're going to grow. And we're going to be different, but that doesn't make it bad. It makes it challenging for people sometimes, and every day the friends and communities that will be growing very, very quickly, as you've talked about already, that the communities will be different. But that's exactly what our community wants, is to be a part of making a different place in East Gwillimbury. We all have young children, and the change in the area for them, I liken to somewhere south of Lake Simcoe. That's a part of what happens in our communities, and we will stay together. We will be a part of what is taking place because we've done it right. And I think that's extremely important when we talk about today and tomorrow and much other time later. So I'll just leave that at this point, but I think you understand. It starts at the heart and comes to the brain, and away we go. And this is a very exciting time for East Gwillimbury, and I thank you for being here as well.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'll just wrap up with my comments. First of all, I just want to say I like Councillor Foster's analogy about driving the bus, because if we're not driving the bus, somebody else is. And all we can do is drive the bus on the roads that are provided to us. So we have rules that we need to follow, and I think that's just a great analogy. And I think that what we're trying to balance is when you talk about complete communities, some people have misinterpreted what that means. And it's just basically the opposite of a bedroom community, that people can work, live, and play here. They can shop, they can access services, and that's what we want for a community. We want the community to have everything that the residents want, and that's what a complete community is. We try and balance growth versus green spaces. And I think back to when I first joined council in 2018, and the environment wasn't even in our strat plan. It wasn't even part of it. And now it's a key pillar. And when I look back at what our 2010 plan looks like versus this one, where our first principle is protect and enhance our natural heritage. And to me, that's what residents want. They want that protected. And I'm glad that we're standing up to the province on some of that to make sure it's happening the way that we want. And I'm wondering if you can just speak quickly to the differences in environmental protections in the 2026 plan versus our previous 2010 plan.
I can give it a shot. The 2010 plan was based on information that is now out of date. So over time, the approach to identifying natural features has changed, and it's much more robust. The Natural Heritage System, the Environmental Protection Designation in your new official plan comes from the region. And they did an extensive amount of work to establish that new natural heritage system. Yes, it is more extensive. The policy framework is a protective framework, which is a requirement of the provincial planning statement. So you're doing a good job, both in the identification of the natural heritage system, as well as in the policy framework to protect it. Those are enhancements from your existing 2010 official plan. Also, it's important to remember that since 2010, we've had the Greenbelt Plan, which is another layer of environmental protection. You have a protected countryside, and you have a natural heritage system within the Greenbelt Plan. You have the Oak Ridges Moraine Plan, which is a protection policy framework on certain lands within the town. And you also have the Lake Simcoe Protection Plan. You have many, many, many layers of protective policy that is totally different and substantially enhanced from 2010.
Thank you. And so we need to get this passed as soon as possible, because this gives us the tools to push back against development that doesn't make sense. And we need to have those tools. Just a couple of questions and clarification. We talk about one high school site, but I just wanted to make it clear that there's one additional high school site in the complete communities, in addition to the 3 sites that are identified in the previous plan, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And then my other question was about our gigantic blue bins. In our urban design manual, are we accounting for that? I want to make sure that when developments come forward, that there's a place for these giant bins, because they're not going away. And very much it could be that we end up with big garbage bins as well, because we know where garbage collection is going. So I want to make sure that as we're building density and the houses are getting smaller, we don't have the transit to get away from every house having 1 or 2 cars. I want to make sure that our garages are being built big enough to accommodate these bins, so they're not an eyesore in our community. Is that part of our design guide?
Yes, there has been a new section added to the design guidelines that deal with your significantly large bins.
Excellent, good. I think that's important. Okay, if there is no other comments or questions, I think we can take a vote and then maybe a recess, Madam Mayor, for lunch. So not seeing any comments from staff? Okay, seeing none, all in favor of the recommendations that appear before us? All in favor? And that's carried. Thank you very much, and with your permission, Madam Mayor, we will recess for lunch and come back, in an hour or 45 minutes? 45 minutes, we have a long agenda, 45. Okay, we'll see you back at 1. Thank you. Are we good? Thank you, and we're back. We're on item H2 under the Development Services agenda, which is a joint development services and finance report on the planning fee update. And who's going to take this? Ms. Moumbakis? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chair. This is a really important report, and I'm just going to sort of set it in its context. This report is recommending the adoption of new fees for planning applications, which is really to reflect the level of service of planning staff involved in the processing of development applications. And we have seen an increase in applications over the last number of years. In short, this is really a fee recovery model for the work involved in processing development applications. I think it's really important, and this date is going to remind you of something else. We have not increased our fees since 2020. And while there have been significant changes to the Planning Act, our fees have remained consistent since 2020. The revised fee schedule proposed in the report is recommended to take effect August 1st, and that will enable applicants who may be contemplating submitting an application to readjust their performance to address that. I want to also point out that the Planning Act does enable municipalities to recover the costs of an application through the collection of fees. What that fee does not cover, and which is on the tax base, is work related to the development of an official plan, the development of a new zoning bylaw that is not driven by an applicant, and Ontario Land Tribunal costs of our staff appearing before the tribunal. Development is really critical to the growth and creation of complete communities and a livable environment within the town. And we need to manage those growth pressures and changes. And it's important, from my perspective, for both the communities and council and the development community to have a good level of service. But when your fees do not increase, it becomes increasingly difficult to hire staff to, which, as I said, it's fee recoverable, to perform the level of service. And again, a key point from my point of view is that what we don't want to see is applications becoming a burden to the residents and to the town. It's critical that the applications pay for themselves for the staff review. In terms of the review, we have received some comments, and some of those comments pertain to the fact that the timing of it is too quickly. Build has indicated they would like a later date for the bylaw to come into effect with the new fees, and that's something that council may want to consider and discuss. I will also point out that in a perfect world, we would have had a discussion with Build on this beforehand. Having said that, there is nothing that prevents us from having further discussions with Bill, but I would also say I'd encourage you to increase the fees. But I do want to point out that one of the things that when I started with the town that was really important to me was hearing from the development community what works and what doesn't work. Because without hearing from them, it's very difficult to improve and enhance our processes, both in terms of engagement with the citizens, with yourselves, and with the applications. I look at the increase in fees as being a service level. If we do not have the resources to service the development industry, we provide a low level of service. And my concern with that continually remains when we cannot move forward an application in a timely manner, that's where we will get appeals for non-decisions. And I don't want to put the town in the position where we're not advancing things because we are lacking the resources to do it. So again, I'll go back to, and just conclude my introductory comments, that the key is this is a cost recovery model. We're not making a profit from this. It's to be reflected in the level of work that is undertaken and required in order to process a development application. So thank you.
Thank you. We have a three-part resolution here. The first is to receive. The next is to approve the development services fee schedule. And lastly, enact a bylaw to amend Schedule A. So if I can have someone move this, then we'll open it to questions. Councillor Crone, any comments or questions from members of committee? I just want to, okay, go ahead, sorry. Councillor John.
Thanks, Councillor Crothers, and through you to our Development Services Manager. So just for clarity purposes, this is directly comparable to other municipalities in how they charge a fee?
Through you, Madam Chair, yes, it is. We did a comparison of other municipalities within York Region, and we are within comparable ranges. In fact, in some we're lower still.
Thanks. So just in follow-up, and just for clarity, again, if we're laying them side by side from the fee perspective, it comes out same or similar, and the fee range is average. Are we taking into account scalability on a project? Because I would think that if a project is 50 units or a project is, let's say, 100 units, the amount of staff time on 50 units is probably the same as, or slightly different, but there's a scale there. Does the fee structure address that as well?
No, through you, Madam Chair, no, it does not. There is a fee per unit. There's a base fee, and then there is a per unit fee. And while I certainly appreciate your comment about scalability, it depends on the complexity of the application. Sometimes you hit a tipping point, and I can't actually tell you what that tipping point is, but the work involved may be more complex.
Okay. So, sorry, one last follow-up, and I think it might be more of a statement. I guess, so my first question was about comparing, and then so getting that answer, I guess really the genesis behind this is that we all can't be ignorant to the fact that, yeah, this is about cost recovery, but we just spent the time this morning on the official plan, and we continue to speak about affordability. And the reality is that we know that somebody who's running a business who has fees such as that are not going to absorb them. They're simply going to tack them on to the price of the house. And so I guess going back to my original question, from a comparative size, are we going to be looking after the end consumer with the most, in the most affordable way? Do you feel confident in saying that, or is this something that we need to go back and look at?
Through you, Madam Chair, I feel comfortable that the fees that we're recommending be adopted are comparable and should not, in the long run, have any impact on affordability. I'm going to just add to my comment to provide a little clarification. I've always heard from the development industry that they want fee for service. And if we do not have the resources to provide that service level, then yes, time is money. That means it is more costly because a developer is unable to bring something on stream. So the key for me is to be able to provide a higher level of service to an applicant, which is also then to council because it's decision-making and recommendations with respect to it, so that we can advance things in a faster, smoother way. And currently, our staffing levels are such, which reflect the fees, that we do not have sufficient staff resources to increase our service level where I would like to see it increase to.
Thank you very much. And there is graphs with the missile comparators on pages 6 and 7 of the report that clearly demonstrate where we are. And I can see how it's not apples and oranges. It's a little bit all over the place. But in general, we're at or amongst the lowest, I think, in every one of those categories. So next, Councillor Crone.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and through you to Ms. Voumvakis. Thanks for this report. I just wanted to be crystal clear on something. We're speaking about the development industry, so people that build subdivisions. But this is also applicable to small business owners, is it not?
Through you, Madam Chair, you are correct,
Okay,
Councillor.
so I understand the need for cost recovery and that this should not be a profit center for us. But the large organizations can absorb this better than a small mom and pop organization. I think back to my own father when he started the bakery in Mount Albert. That's a lot of donuts to sell to recover some of those fees. And I'm not going to hold up vote on this, but I think we need to recommit ourselves to, when we speak about affordability, that it's got to be, we have to build that into the culture of the organization here, that affordability has to be, that's the lens we look through many things. And I worry that, we're making, and we have to make this decision today, I get it, but I want staff to commit themselves that we're going to look at this and figure out if there are ways that we can make life easier on our small and medium-sized business owners and residents, for that matter, so that we don't put, opportunities and dreams out of reach for some. We have to figure a way to square that circle, and I just throw that out there for your consumption. Feel free to respond to that if you'd like, but not necessary.
Through you, Madam Chair, I think you raise an excellent point, because as I started with East Gwillimbury, I get more calls than I anticipated from small business owners who have concerns with, sometimes it's building fees, sometimes it's DCs, sometimes it's how something is categorized. And while I appreciate their comment and concern, our goal has to be to encourage those small businesses. But I think that'll happen, and we'll look at it, would be my recommendation, in the next round. I'm trying to level set here. My colleague and myself in finance are trying to level set so that we're actually providing council with the opportunity, when we come forward with budget, that we will have the ability to hire more staff, providing better service levels, and I do say that we would be looking at the fees more broadly in a few years. And I think my colleague would like to add to what I said. Go ahead.
Thank you. Through you, Madam Chair. So, as the General Manager said, the planning is mainly funded through fees and out of the planning reserve. So for the past few years, the planning reserve has actually been in a negative balance. And a portion of that is because we haven't updated our fees. So this was the first year that we've actually been able to pull the reserve that funds the services out of the deficit position, and it was because of one major application and some salary gapping. So if we want to increase our service level and provide services, we need to do something to help increase the balance in the reserve, which is, sorry, go ahead. Thanks.
Thank you. Mr. Velchik.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just a couple of comments. First of all, I think anyone that pays fees always wants to minimize the fees. So that's sort of a standard sentiment that is probably broadly held. The larger concern that I have heard in all the time that I've been in EG is frustration with process, service not being responsive enough, not being quick enough, because as council members would know, when you're trying to operate a business plan of any form, time truly is money. The saying is accurate. And so that is where we want to make sure we're providing minimal red tape, efficient processes. And to Councillor Crone's point about, how do we deal with the smaller businesses? I've spent a fair amount of time with some smaller business owners that have had development expansions to their site or other things. The challenge they have is they're not overly familiar with the process because they're not developers by background. And so they really need more of a concierge style support, because it is incredibly frustrating going through that and then feeling like you're being surprised by things that to an experienced developer they anticipate, but the inexperienced person doesn't realize these, twists and turns in the road. So being able to work with them right up front, manage expectations, help them navigate that as efficiently as possible is worth its weight in gold to those small business owners or smaller entrepreneurs that are, trying to also get involved in some of these projects. And so it's planning, it's also working with our economic development folks in those cases so that there's a little bit of a hand-holding along the way. Some need more than others, but I just think this kind of goes hand in hand with fees.
Ms. Vouvakis?
Thank you. Just to add, Councillor Crone, when you asked about small businesses, you made a little light bulb go off in my head. It certainly is my intention in the fall to have a roundtable with the development industry, because it's one thing for staff to identify where we think improvements need to be, but it's critical that we hear from the development industry. What I hadn't contemplated until your comment is including a small business owners table where we can hear from them and learn from there what their challenges are. So thank you for that question.
And happy to provide you with some names that you could entertain. Thank you again, everyone, for your answers.
Thank you. I think it's really important we're looking at the scale of the increases. A major official plan amendment is going from 34 to 46,000. So that's something that's going to have many multiple units. So it should not be significant on a per unit basis. So most of these increases are on the big site plans. They're not on the small business type stuff. But I agree with Councillor Crone that some of the fees that we're charging to businesses and residents may reflect the amount of staff time it takes to process their application. But when you look at what the outcome is for that resident or that small business, it will seem out of proportion. So I'm glad that we're going to take a look at that. And just the comment about like concierge level service and service for developers and that, I just want to be clear that it's not just about helping them build more houses. It's about making sure that we can process their application so we don't end up in a situation where we're before the tribunal for non-decision, or we're getting dinged for penalties for not processing it quickly enough. So we're not processing it quickly just because we want to help the developers. We want to help the taxpayer in EG not have to pay the penalties for the delays, correct?
100% correct from my perspective. I think Mr. Velchuk wants to...
Go ahead, Mr. Velchuk.
Yeah, Madam Chair, just to be clear, the examples I'm actually referring to, without naming names, are a couple of non-residential developments where there was job creation, additional balanced growth. I'm actually not talking about houses. I'm talking about job creation, employment opportunities, access to services and retail that residents need. Sometimes they're major developers, but sometimes they're fairly small owner-operator retailers that want to expand, and they need our help. So that was actually what I was referring to in my example.
No, that makes a lot of sense. As Councillor Crone says, some of these are a lot of donuts for some of these small businesses. And just one last comment. I'm assuming that the majority of this increase in fees is going to staffing. So we are outside of the budget process right now. How can we help to make sure we have the staffing in place, knowing that we're not going to be into another budget process until well into the new year? Ms. Vouvakis.
Thank you.
Or Mr. Marshall, whichever.
Thank you for that question. We won't be receiving the new fees for some time, because depending on the date, we're recommending August 1st. So I actually think we'll be teeing up closer to the budget process, but I would suggest that would be an internal discussion with our GM of Finance and say, People in Equity and Mr. Velchek, so that if we thought we needed additional staff now, that we would look, based on availability of fees, to be able to increase our staffing complement on a temporary basis until we get to budget.
Okay, thank you. Just, if you need something from us, we have one more set of meetings, so I just want to make sure that we don't leave you in the lurch until sometime in the new year, not having enough staff to process
I totally
applications.
appreciate that. Thank you.
Okay, any other comments? Seeing none, all in favor? And that's carried. Okay, number 3 of 5 under Development Services is Green Earth Village, another big one before us. And I'll turn that over to Ms. Vumbakis to introduce the planner.
Madam Chair and members of council, thank you so much. This report recommends the endorsement of the Green Earth Village Community Design Plan and approval of the implementing zoning bylaw for a portion of the lands that are subject to the Community Design Plan. Just to refresh everyone's memory, and more so for those who may be watching virtually, the lands are located north of Queensville Side Road, south of the proposed Bradford bypass, which is now known as Highway 425, between the second concession and Leslie Street. As you heard earlier today from Mr. Palmer about the Community Design Plan, it's really a master planning exercise. And I think it's really important for everyone to be aware that the approval of the official plan is what sets the stage for the land use for this site. The applicant has come forward, as required by council, with the non-statutory document, which is the Community Design Plan, which sets out in greater detail the location of the various uses, such as where will the hospital go? So that everyone knows the general location of the hospital. Where will there be a school? Where the parks and community facilities will be, where the environmental lands will be, and where housing will be, among other matters. So that's what is set out by the Community Design Plan. And that is a non-statutory document, but it's here for your endorsement. The other piece that is in front of you today is the zoning bylaw. And the Green Earth Village lands are actually being developed in 2 phases, phases 1 and phase 2. Phase 1, I'm going to round the number up. It consists of approximately 1,700 residential units. And the reason I'm rounding it is as we go through the review process and as different issues arise, that number may lower itself. So it may be fewer units, but we won't know for that for a little bit. But that doesn't impact the ability for this council to make a decision on the zoning bylaw. Because really what you're doing is you're zoning for the various uses that are being recommended. So hospital, long-term care, mixed-use commercial, residential, and other employment-generating uses. So that is a critical component here. Phase 2 is not proceeding at this time, and quite simply because there's no sewage allocation granted. So it will not be proceeding at this point in time. So what we are seeking today is approval of, or endorsement of the Community Design Plan, approval of the zoning bylaw, and I will highlight that we are recommending that a holding provision be put on the lands at this point in time. The zoning bylaw, if committee endorses it today, would go forward to council on the 23rd. And I just want to be really clear about the sequencing of events, because it is important that council endorses the official plan, which sets the land use framework for these lands, and then the zoning bylaw can be considered to conform. Without the official plan, we cannot proceed with the bylaw. So thank you very much, and happy to answer any questions. And I have Mr. Douse with me, who has been living and breathing every aspect of this plan. One other key I should have said, and I didn't, and I think I'd be remiss if I didn't. We did have, at council's direction, a community information meeting that was held on June 11th, and I was so pleased to see so many of you there, but more importantly, pleased to see so many members of the community there. I think the format was a great opportunity for people to ask questions. They weren't limited in time. They could ask any staff member or the applicant any questions they might have. They got answers. If I was to summarize the responses, I would say most of the concerns are around timing. Water, what will it mean to, if I'm on a private well, what is the impact to me? Dust, where the trucks will go. The issues and concerns, with one exception, I would say, were at the level to be dealt with at the draft plan of subdivision or site plan, but not at the level of the zoning bylaw. However, I would not be transparent if I didn't point out that there were some concerns with higher density development coming to East Gwillimbury and being located on this plan. But as you heard earlier, growth is coming. So the key for us as a town and you as council is to direct and manage that growth. And that's in part what the community design plan does and the zoning bylaw. So thank you.
Thank you very much. Questions? Councillor Johns, go ahead.
Yeah, thanks, Councillor Carruthers. And so I've got a few comments to make, and I recognize that they don't all necessarily directly align to zoning, but from a public perspective, it all wholly aligns. And so I just want to, and like any elected official, we could say something 13,000 times and somebody will ask a question. So, you know, it's interesting. I received an email yesterday, and they were speaking. They shared a picture of their backyard, and they demonstrated the beautiful green space and the beautiful vista that is their backyard, and they recognize that while that is their backyard and that is their vista, that's their view, it's not theirs, and so the comment directly aligned to density and low rise, high rise, whatever, mid rise, whatever we want to call it. I think what is important for me from the perspective of as an elected official for the whole community, and as we are talking about built forms, the opportunity, and I don't know if this is the right word, but it is about gentle density, whereas greening or terraces or parkettes, pathways, green spaces that are built in as part of that built form. And so to me, when the resident is looking out into that backyard vista, it is not urban concrete, let's say 12 stories urban concrete, but what it is that it is something that is received as gentle density with the terraces and the greening. And just because change is coming, it doesn't mean we need to buckle. I recognize that council no longer has a responsibility under site plan, but that doesn't mean I can't say it, and I can't say it out loud to help communicate. So I have a couple other points, so I'll just rip through it quickly. The other thing is obviously traffic, as we've talked about. I just want to be very clear on my position. I often talk about vibrant village cores. I do not see a world where it should be permissive for any construction vehicles to be going south through Leslie Street. We need to protect that village core, because if they do go through Leslie Street, they are most likely, I won't say that they will then travel through Sharon as well, but the opportunity existing off of Doan is still not there. And so I just want to finalize my comment. We heard this morning about Doan Road and our squaring off and traffic intersection improvements, traffic signal and intersection improvements along with Doan Road. We've talked about the years, and then you've also just mentioned timing here. I feel it is extremely critical that we as a municipality advocate for the advancement of capital infrastructure projects at the region to be able to advance those projects. So not only can we protect the village core of Queensville from construction vehicles, but also the opportunity that residents, should they be going south, they don't need to drive north and add to that additional traffic capacity that is in Queensville. And so those are my couple points. I recognize they're not all around zoning, but it is the spirit in which moving forward as a community that I wanted to communicate.
Madam Chair, if you wouldn't mind me responding to Councillor John's first point. I'm so glad you asked that question, by the way, about, I'm going to call it fit and terracing. And I should have taken a picture. I drove somewhere on the weekend, and it was a 6-story building at Don Mills, just north of Lawrence. And I remember when that development went in, it's in a single-family neighborhood. The neighborhood went, put it this way, was not happy. They were displeased with the development and the height. When I drove by it the other day, it was hard to see the development because there was so much greenery and the trees had fully matured so that you could hardly, you had to look through the leaves really to see the development. And I will take some pictures because I think it's a great representation of how you can do development and yet the landscaping aspects, setback, all become really important. So to summarize my long-winded statement there, it is, I totally agree with you. We want to make sure that any development fits into the community. And I know that the applicant is quite committed to making sure, using high environmental standards, but certainly we want to see something that is attractive and fits in, and that to the residents who are concerned about their vista, maybe not the first 5 years they're happy, but maybe by year 10 that they can see the vegetation, the landscaping has matured, and a better vista perhaps.
Thank you for that. And I think you get at the issue that we have with this is that we are only at zoning, but residents, and myself included, we want to know what the end result's going to be. So before approving zoning, I want to know what it's going to look like. I want to know how green it's going to be. I want to know a lot of things that just aren't on the table right now. So we have to approve the zoning, or the zoning on blind faith that the next step is going to be what we want, that we have the tools to be able to get the things that the residents want. So that's why the public open house was so important, because Green Earth Village has been around for a while. I remember when I was first on council and not liking what I was seeing with development, and it was Councillor Roy DeClemente that said, there's this Green Earth Village, you got to see this. This is going to be wonderful. And then when the plan came out, residents started reaching out to me and saying, this looks like every other development. What happened to Green Earth Village? So in talking with the owners, in talking at the open house, you see, yes, it's all at the site plan stage. There's so many initiatives that will bring it to near net zero. These are the things that we need. And with the vistas, we need to protect that EP lands that's in between the development and the current residences. We don't want to wait 5 to 10 years for the trees to grow back. We want those trees to stay in place that'll help buffer the existing community. So thank you for this, and thank you for allowing us to talk with them about things that are actually in the site plan so that we can be comfortable approving the zoning. So I feel like this developer is really trying to work with us and has very similar values to those that we're articulating in our official plan. So this is something I can definitely support. Other comments? Councillor Crone?
Councillor Foster.
Go ahead, Councillor Foster. Okay. Thank you.
All right. All right, well, then I'll go. Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm supportive of this as well, and I support what has been said before me. You know, the hospital site is the anchor that makes this whole development really matter, and so we need to get cracking. But I do want to address the residents, you know, who raised what I think are very legitimate concerns about wells, drainage, and construction impacts. And I don't just want those commitments on paper, you know, not just on the comment matrix. We have to have them on paper. And so, you know, I hope that as we move forward with, you know, all the agreements that we have to make, that we have, you know, enforceable conditions around groundwater monitoring and construction management, you know, and certainly around haul route restrictions, and make the impact as minimal as possible, and so that we don't just have general commitments to work together. And they have to be enforceable. So I hope we can do that going forward to show to the residents that we are serious about minimizing the impact on this and respecting them as well. Thank you.
Wonderful, thank you. If there's, go ahead.
I was going to say, Councillor Crone, we will certainly be looking at the conditions for draft plan and also site plan. And from my perspective, it is really important that we respond to the community and the issues and matters raised. We will continue, not just after today or after council, we will continue to evolve our Q&As that we have on the website. And if there is ever an inkling to me that we need it to go out to the community again, there's nothing that prevents us from doing it. It's time and resources, less fees. That is to me a critical part, because we need to build trust with the community. It's not just the applicant, it's planning staff, because we represent the town.
Thank you, and that brings up the importance of communication, especially as we delegate authority, so it's not coming back to council for quite a while. It's important that planning staff keep the current council in the loop, and when we have a new council, making sure they're brought up to speed very quickly on this, as well as the community. And we love the open house where people can ask questions at their own pace. That seems to work very well for the residents that have questions, so I encourage you to continue doing that. If there's no other questions, I'd like a mover on, we are receiving, endorsing the community design plan, approving the zoning bylaw amendment, delegating to the general management development service approval of the draft plan of subdivision, and authorizing the GM of Engineering and Public Works to execute the earthworks agreement. So with all of that, can I have a mover? Councillor Crone? All those in favor?
Sorry, can I just say one more thing? And I think it's
Sure.
important to communicate this stuff.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Go ahead.
Sorry, one more thing, and I just think it's important, and we, Councillor Foster and I had a meeting following, and we communicated to staff, and when we're thinking about comments coming in, and I know that we said it in the meeting, but I want to share it with the public. We as councillors, when we are receiving the feedback, and we are passing it along to you as staff, it is almost abundantly clear, because of the relationships that exist within the community, that when resident so-and-so comes to Councillor Foster or comes to Councillor Johns and says, you know, I have an issue with X, that's as good as done as a handshake in East Gwillimbury. As opposed to like City of Toronto, there may be a pile of forms to fill out, we have to go through all of these steps, but when the residents gives the word to us as elected officials, that's our word back to you. And I think that, you know, we were, well, all of us were casual in delivering our comments, whether it be Councillor Crone about the wells or mine about density or traffic, that's our residents speaking to you. And we recognize that this isn't, we don't have site plan, but these are our residents, and they're speaking very loudly. And so I just wanted to reiterate, because Councillor Foster and I had that conversation about our word in East Gwillimbury versus what typically could be done at, let's say, City of Toronto, for example, and the processes there. So I just wanted to double down and echo what our conversations at the dais were today, and passing that on to staff about the weight at which they carry. Sorry, Councillor Carruthers.
And I thank you for that.
Thank you, Councillor Johns. So we have this moved by Councillor Crone with no further questions. All in favor? And that's carried. Okay, we're moving on to 4 of 5, another big one that we're getting a lot of emails on, and that's the Gwillimbury Hill Daycare. And I will pass that over to General Manager Vounvakis to take us through this one.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Development Services Planning is recommending approval of the zoning bylaw to rezone the lands from mixed-use 1 holding to different mixed-use category holding to permit the child care center, which is intended to accommodate 41 children, and the ages here are younger. It's 18 months to 6 years of age. In essence, it's a repurposing of the existing residential development. This is a heritage building, and it's a contributing building, and so they will have to apply for a demolition permit because they are going to remove the garage. So there's other steps that are underway. They will all, and the removal of the garage is in large part to accommodate the driveway to the parking. The applicant is the same owner as the Gwillimbury Hills Montessori, directly to the north of the site. I can tell you that from an official plan point of view, both the existing 2010 and the draft, it certainly conforms because you want to see additional uses within the village core, and the daycare does provide, or childcare I should say, provides additional support and resources for East Gwillimbury residents, and hopefully employment for East Gwillimbury workers, although I can't commit to that, but hopefully we will see an opportunity for people to live and work and perhaps bring their children. There have been a number of concerns that were raised. We received some comments from residents about traffic. The traffic study certainly demonstrates that this can be readily accommodated. And I remind people that children are coming at peak hours. They're coming at the AM peak and the PM peak. So it's not generating traffic during the day, unless someone has to go and pick up a sick child. So we've had other people concerned about garbage. The applicant has indicated, and I have not verified this, but I haven't received any further comments, and I don't believe my team has, about garbage being picked up, property being maintained. I will point out that this applicant does have funding in front of the York region, and it's one of the recommendations is same-day ratification, should you choose to approve it, because by the time this would go to council on the 23rd, the funding will have lapsed. They have to have zoning approved. So that is really my only other comment. I mean, from a site plan point of view, I am going to be looking at, I can't commit to this, but one of the things that I've heard is the parking and people dropping off. So we will look to see if there is any opportunity to exceed the parking minimums that are being proposed in the bylaw to try and accommodate additional parking. I can't commit to that right now, but that's certainly something I want to look at. And I drive by that site every day, by the way. So I've been monitoring the cars and parking, and the last week, 2 weeks, I guess last week, not a good indicator given the construction that's going on Leslie Street. But I think the key is to get people onto the site and being able to turn around and exit the site without impeding traffic. So we'll have a look at that.
Thank you. I think the turnaround's going to be key. Having been on the school board for many years, building many schools and overseeing many schools, and the mayor can attest this as a former trustee, the biggest concerns we have are around drop-off and pickup, and staff will often say, it's so short-lived, but it's awful for those half hours in the morning and the evening. So hopefully we can mitigate that as best as possible. We have before us a three-part resolution to receive, to approve, and same-day ratification. So can I have someone move that? Councillor Johns?
Sure.
Okay, and comments. We'll start with you then. Go ahead.
Sure. Okay. Thank you. So I'm glad proactively that you brought up about the getting people onto the property. Sorry, through you, Councillor Carruthers. I'm glad you brought that up, Ms. Moonbakis. It is unquestionable that there is a need for expanded childcare spaces within the municipality. It is without debate. Like all of the existing businesses have long waiting lists, and so when you're thinking about service delivery for the residents, this is a need. However, the challenge that exists is the quality of life for the neighboring residents that has just as every right I'll say, quiet enjoyment. You can read into the spirit of what I'm trying to say when I'm saying quiet enjoyment. And so, again, we have a challenge at a committee of the whole or council level when we're not allowed to participate within site plan process. And so it is almost in the spirit of trust, and we talked about trust building on the previous one, that we are trusting that staff will work to deliver the quiet enjoyment, such as proper fencing, such as proper tree coverage, such as ensuring that if cars can't quite get onto the property, are they backing up onto their property? And so the thing is that we have these individual property rights that should not be trumped by the need for increased service delivery. And so from a council perspective, is the answer that I am in favor of expanded childcare spaces? Yes. But the challenge is that I feel that I am handcuffed to be able to speak to the quiet enjoyment that is not deserved, but is a right of that individual property owner. And so, as I said previously, you know, when residents and we do a handshake and we will say we will deliver on this and we will do our best, that is our trust between ourselves as an elected official and you as staff to help get it right. And so I would just say I will be voting in favor of it, but I am also recognizing the fact that we have to do everything we can that is within our disposal, or even exceeding what is possible. We need to exceed the opportunity to deliver on improvements for the properties owners surrounding it. So there's my piece.
Thank you. Councillor Foster.
Thank you. I might be the lone wolf here. I cannot talk myself into supporting this. While the business is much needed, the child care is much needed, the support for families is much needed. I can't talk myself into doing this to those surrounding neighbors that Councillor Johns just talked about. I went over and sat on the side of the road there a couple of times, and I looked at the amount of traffic and the people trying to get in and the people trying to get out. My background is in emergency services. I'm looking at it and thinking, when the big crash happens, I want nothing to do with supporting that. So I think at this point, I certainly understand what Ms. Mvaka said, that we need to look at how we can alleviate any of those traffic or stopping conditions. We may be putting the cart before the horse here. I'd like to see those reports first before I could throw my support behind this. So as I'm looking at it today, I'm not going to support this. Thanks.
Thank you. Councillor Crone?
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, staff, for bringing this forward. I appreciate the comments of all my colleagues, and like Councillor Foster, I too have struggled with this. It's a tough one, and I appreciate staff's recommendation, their expertise in this, and you know, I've long spoken about the need for more daycare in this town. It is a need. It would be hypocritical for me to say I support that and then vote against this. So I've been very supportive of the need for more daycare in East Gwillimbury, and if anyone's listening, we need more daycare in Mount Albert. The parents there are crying for it. This is not a perfect situation, I get it. I think we have to do everything we can to make the impact on the neighbors as minimal as possible, and that will take a long partnership between the town, the daycare, and our residents to make sure that we hold to that. So I will be supporting this. I understand that not everyone's in favor of it, but there is a need, and staff is endorsing it. So I will go along with that recommendation. Thank you.
Thank you. I too have struggled with this. as a fairly new grandma, a grandma of little ones, I understand how the need for daycare impacts the whole family. There's an huge economic piece to that if you can't get daycare and you can't work. And I think about how it seems to affect working moms more than anyone, making sure that they can get back to work with their kids in daycare. So while I am concerned about the surrounding neighborhood, this is a main regional road. So anyone who bought a house on a main regional road has some expectation that there's going to be traffic. But that said, we need to make sure that it's not out of control, that it is what people expect on a regional road and it's not insanity, right? So what I'm hearing from our general manager of planning is that we will make sure that we are on top of the traffic. So with that, I think I can support this. It's not perfect, but that's our job up here, is to weigh the downside versus the upside. Knowing that this means that another whole group of families, I forget how many places are in this, means that, you know, dozens more families can get back to work because they have a daycare place for their child, and a safe daycare place, that they're not leaving their children in unregistered daycare, or not relying on someone else to look after their child. Like, this is very much about safety as well for me. Normally, I speak against same-day ratification. I think that the reason we ratify at the next council meeting is that sober second thought, to make sure there's nothing we haven't already thought about. But this has been before us before, and I understand that it's tied to grant funding, so I would not want our sober second thought to cost them a grant. So I'm happy to vote in favor of the ratifying as well. So if there's no other questions, we have a motion moved by Councillor Johns to approve, to receive, approve, and ratify tonight. So all in favor? Opposed? And that's carried. Thank you very much. Okay, on last development services, we have an economic development strategy update memo, and who will be speaking to that? Mr. Kenny, come on down.
Thank you very much. Not much to add to the report. I'll just do a very, very quick summary. We are engaging in a new economic development strategy. This one has expired at the end of this year. We'll go into next year. But I think what's more interesting is some of the data that's actually in the memo. And we're actually working on a report that is much more detailed, that'll talk about all of the economic development successes and things that have gone on over this term of council and a little bit beyond. And one thing I want to note is just the jobs figures. So the regional official plan actually indicated that by 2031, EG would have about 16,500 jobs, and we are already exceeding that. Actually, as of 2023, we exceeded that. So we're at 18,200 jobs today. And actually updating the figures, I wrote this about a month and a half ago in there. In the development pipeline, we have about 1,700 jobs. And that is not just using, it starts with the figures of jobs per square foot in our development charge background study. And then I put a 50% sort of damper on that to try and get into something a little bit more reasonable for council's consideration. So if there's any questions, happy to take them. Otherwise, the consultation begins and is ongoing.
Thank you for this, and it's a good reminder. When I talked earlier about complete communities, I forgot the jobs portion of it is so important, keeping people in town for work. This is at page 923 in our agenda. So by this point in the agenda, I was getting a little weary, but the numbers really jump out at you. Like when you see those numbers, it's impressive. So thank you for all the work that you're doing on this. Of all the things that we have on this agenda, this is one of the lighter ones, but it is so important to the quality of life for East Gwillimbury. So I look forward to the follow-up on that. Can I have someone move receipt? Councillor Crone, any questions on this one? Seeing none, all in favor? And that's carried. If there's nothing else, Ms. Vumbakis? Are you sure? Are you sure there's nothing?
I think you're tired of hearing from me today, so I'm done.
Never, never. I will turn the chair back to you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. We are at item I. Just trying to have a look here. With myself in the chair. It is Joint Administration, Corporate Services, Development Services, and Engineering and Public Works Memo. Senate report on soil health in Canada, impacts and considerations for East Gwillimbury. I'd like to refer this to CAO, please.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. As your initial comments highlighted, there's a number of departmental operations that have an interest in this matter. The memo really speaks for itself. There's no action required. It's just for your receipt. And as the final sentence in the memo says, staff will continue to monitor any emerging information that we think is appropriate to bring to your attention. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions on this one at this point? Seeing none, would I have a mover, please? Councillor Crothers. All those in favor? And that's carried. Thank you very much. We are now at item J with Councillor Carruthers in the chair.
Thank you. We're in the home stretch now.
We are.
Okay, corporate services. I think we have 4 altogether, I believe. First one is our vacant building registry bylaw. This has been a long time in the works and is much appreciated. Who will speak to this? General Manager Gandhi, go ahead.
Through you, Madam Chair. So this comes from a January 16, 2024 council direction to staff, and through that item, we've developed a 1-year pilot vacant building registry bylaw, which would begin on August 1st. The bylaw requires homeowners of vacant buildings to register with the town, obtain an annual permit, and provide contact and insurance information to monitor the property every 14 days. Our manager of bylaw enforcement, Jennifer Nichols, is here and able to address any, or she'll be here shortly, and there she is. Happy to address any questions.
Thank you. Can I have someone move? I'll just go through what the recommendations are. It's multi-part, that we receive, that we endorse the 1-year pilot program, that we enact the bylaw, and that we act the corresponding administrative penalty system, approve amendments to the fees and charges bylaw, and that staff report back. Someone to move this? Councillor Foster. And questions? Who's going to start us off? Councillor Crone.
Thank you, Madam Chair, through you to staff. You have my thanks on this. I have been hounding staff for this for what seems like a long time, and it's nice to be heard, and I think a pilot will be very revealing, and I appreciate the efforts that were put into this. You know, through you, Madam Chair, over the last 5 years, we've had 98 complaints tied to vacant properties, and we have only, I think at this point now, only 41 known vacant properties, and so that's why we have this pilot. I know there's more, and we just need to find them. So that's critical for us. I like the exemptions that are in this bylaw. I think they're thoughtful, and I'm glad that there are compassionate ones for people that have passed away. I certainly, we don't want to be bugging people at a moment of great emotional strife. And communicating this bylaw, I think, will be critical, because we've seen other bylaws that we've introduced that can be nuanced, and people get the wrong idea about it, and we have to overcome. I know as a councillor, I'm constantly correcting people what they think of what the bylaw is, and I think there will be a few nuances to this that we need to make sure that the public is very well aware of. So a communications campaign will be critical. Our comms department need to work hand in glove with bylaws, so I like that. I'm just, for me, the real question I have around this is the fees, and that it's on a cost recovery basis. And so when you look at what we think might be the vacant dwellings and the permit fees, it's a pretty tight margin. Are we are we confident, like, that we can recover this? And, you know, when we have, you know, the checking in on the building or the property I think it's every 2 weeks. We had, in the insurance industry, we used to have an issue with this as well, because if you were away, you had to have someone check in on your property every week. But it always became a struggle to prove if something happened during that week. Anyway, I don't want to draw you into an insurance conversation. No one wants that. But are we comfortable with the cost recovery and the you know, the keeping track of the logs and enforcing this? I throw that. Are we comfortable in our position on this?
Ms. Conti.
Through
Who
you,
would like to
Madam Chair,
answer?
I'll start with the answer, and I'll invite Jennifer Nichols to supplement it. The cost recovery, this is part of the pilot activity. We're going to assess the costing of it and how much it actually does cost for having our staff monitor these properties. In terms of the 2-week period, it's the landowner, it's the building property owner that actually is responsible for checking in every couple of weeks. We will be going in, but perhaps not at that level of frequency, so that does save us a little bit of money. And if, is there anything, am I right? I'm okay, I was correct. It was a skill testing question for me, so thank you.
Through you, Madam Chair, just to confirm, will the owner be asked to keep a log of their check-in, or what are the mechanics of that? I guess that's really where I was going.
Through Madam Chair. Yes, so they would be required to attend the property every 14 days and maintain a log. And there is the requirement to show that log when directed to.
Thank you.
Thank you. For me, this is about there's two separate pieces that are both very important. One is obviously that this is costing us money out of our tax base, staff time to stay on top of these properties. So they should bear the burden of the cost of that, not the individual taxpayer. So I like it for that reason. But at the same time, we talk about being in a housing crisis, and we have all of these vacant buildings, a lot of them are houses, that should have people in them. And so by making a financial incentive to not leave them vacant, I think might help make it more sense to lease them out, especially when they're houses. You could have someone in there for very low rent, and then you're not paying the fees, and you're not worrying about the 2 weeks checkup and all that. So I think there's a bit of incentivization not to leave homes vacant, and I like that about this as well. I also like that it's not targeting seasonal residents. So I think this is going to be something we're going to have to be very clear when we're communicating that what this is and what this is not. The last thing we need is to get the wrong ideas out there, and then we're explaining and trying to roll it back to say, no, it's not that, and it's not that. But to talk about what the purpose of this bylaw is, and what types of property it's targeting, what types of property it's not targeting. So thank you for this. I think it's a solid bylaw, and I appreciate all the work on it. Any other questions? Okay, seeing none, Councillor Foster has moved this. All in favor? And that's carried. Next, we have a corporate services report on addressing anti-Semitism, and this comes from a previous conversation we had here where we had asked staff to take a look at what we were already doing, and they put together an extensive list of initiatives, and I'll have General Manager Gandhi take us through that.
Through you, Madam Chair, so at the council meeting on April 21st, there was a motion titled Combating Anti-Semitism, which was discussed, and the resulting activity of that was that council directed staff to submit a staff report to council that outlines the way that anti-Semitism is being addressed in the town. So this links very directly to the IDEA Action Plan, which council approved previously. I welcome any questions that you might have, and I believe Shannon Chinsapaloo is online if there are further questions for her.
Thank you. So we have a motion to receive, and that in addition to the existing initiatives identified in Table A of the report, staff be directed to identify resources needed to support proposed deliverables in Table B of the report through the 2027 budget process. Can I have someone move this? Perhaps Madam Mayor, would you like to move this? Thank you. Questions? I'm not seeing any. I just want to make the comment that this report, to me, was not just about anti-Semitism. It really identified all the ways that the tools that we have in our tool chest to address hate in general, and we're seeing so much more of that. So I'm very thankful to the community that came forward with the original motion and allowed us to do this deep dive to present to the public through this report all the ways that East Gwillimbury is standing up against hate. So thank you for this. No other questions? All in favor? And that's carried. Number 3 is the sign bylaw amendment. Ms. Gandhi, can you take us through that, please?
Certainly. So for the next item, through you, Madam Chair, the sign bylaw amendment, this is simply an update to council with some administrative and minor technical adjustments to the bylaw itself. I believe the report is self-explanatory. If there are any questions, I'm happy to take them. Jennifer Nichols is here as well to answer any questions.
Thank you. So we have a resolution to receive, approve, and enact the proposed minor technical amendments to the sign bylaw. Have someone move this? Councillor Crone, any comments? Of all the things we're dealing with today, this is pretty minor, so thank you for that. We will take a vote and move along. All in favor? And that's carried. Thank you. Next, we have a Joint Corporate Services and Development Services Memo, Thinking Green Development Standards update. Ms. Gandhi.
So for this, through you, Madam Chair, I'd like to express gratitude to our Development Services colleagues to work towards this update for Council. There has been recent legislation which impacted how municipalities may request building standards beyond the Ontario Building Code. So now staff are monitoring how that legislation will be applied and how we can perhaps look at voluntary system to be established. We'll bring that forward at a future council meeting. After that analysis is done, if there are any questions, I'm happy to take them. I believe Chris Ross is also here. Yes, she is. Thank you. And we also have Gabby Kalapos online, who was a consultant who supported this work.
Thank you. The Thinking Green Development Standards was something that made EG unique, and it was so important. So it's disappointing that there's provincial legislation that overrides our ability to demand these level of standards, but I'm looking forward to future reports that show how we're going to try and get them on a voluntary basis. Can we have someone move a receipt of this? Councillor Foster. Questions, comments? All in favor? And that's carried. Thank you. And with that, Madam Mayor, I will turn it back to you.
Thank you very much. I will turn it to Councillor Crone in the chair. Item K, Parks, Recreation and Culture.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. We have but one item on the agenda today, and it's Parks, Recreation and Culture Report, East Gwillimbury's first swim team. And I will hand it over to Rhonda Wilson, standing in for Mr. Karmazin. Rhonda?
Great, thank you. Good afternoon. With the opening of the HELP, staff identified an opportunity to create local pathway for residents wishing to advance beyond Learn to Swim programming and participate in competitive swimming close to home. To ensure a fair and transparent process, staff conducted a competitive request for proposal and evaluated submissions against established criteria. Based on that evaluation, staff are recommending East Gwillimbury Elite as the successful organization and seek Council's approval of the RFP award. As EG's local swim team, the organization will be recognized as an affiliated community group. They will receive the affiliated community group rental rate in accordance with the town's existing affiliated community group and permitting policies. This recommendation supports the growth of aquatic sport opportunities in our community while ensuring fairness, consistency, and responsible use of municipal facilities. I'd also like to acknowledge our aquatic and fitness supervisor, Katie, who is joining us today, for her hard work and dedication to the growth of our aquatic programming. Thank you. And I'm happy to receive any questions.
Thank you, Ms. Wilson. It's nice to see our help is getting a good workout, and it's not even a year old yet. So before we ask any questions, can I have a mover for this, please? Councillor Carruthers. Are there any questions? Councillor Carruthers.
I'm trying to just put this in context. What other youth sports groups have this type of relationship, partnership, sweet deal with the town?
Thank you. Through you, Chair Crone, to Councillor Crothers, all of our sport groups do have the access to our affiliated community group policy. Minor hockey, our basketball, baseball associations, they're all there available for access.
Thank you.
Okay, are there any other questions? Seeing none, this was moved by Councillor Crothers. All those in favor? None opposed, motion is carried. Ms. Wilson, you have anything that you'd like to share with committee?
I would just like to remind our community that our Canada Day celebration is on July 1st next week. Thank you.
Thank you. Committee, do you have any questions for Ms. Wilson? Seeing none, I will hand the chair back to you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you very much. We are under L, Engineering and Public Works, myself and the chair. Item number 1, Joint Engineering and Public Works and Parks, Recreation and Culture Report, EPW 2026-014, Assumption of Mount Albert Village Phase 1, 19T 13001. And I would like to refer to staff to provide an overview of this report, please.
Thank you, and through you, Madam Mayor, this is a standard assumption report for the Mount Albert Village Phase 1 development, which is a 174-lot, fully serviced subdivision located in the community of Mount Albert. The site is located on the south side of Mount Albert Road, just east of Center Street. All works to be assumed are now complete, and the 13-month maintenance period has lapsed. Staff note there is a nominal amount of security being retained for minor works, but the development is ready for assumption. Happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much. Questions? It doesn't appear that you're required at this point.
I'll head out now.
Happy to move.
Thank you. Happy to move. Anyone else take a, we have a seconder?
No, sir.
I don't need one. All those in favor? That's carried. I'm now down at item 2, Engineering and Public Works Memo, Winter Maintenance Update 2025-2026 season. And I'd like to refer to the staff to provide an overview of the memo, please.
Thank you. Through Madam Mayor, this is a standard annual update memo to Council summarizing winter maintenance efforts this past season. Although maybe a distant memory now, this past year was a significant winter for the team, and did want to take this opportunity to extend our thanks to both the roads and parks operations groups for a job well done in their efforts this year. Again, happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Questions? Councillor, go ahead.
Thanks, Madam Mayor. Yeah, I just, you know, it's interesting when you read the report and the number of staff that are pulling off the success for our municipality, and so can't say thanks enough to the team for making it happen. It's, you know, it's interesting. We last year were speaking about the amount of salt that was used and whatnot, and I recognize there was a salt shortage last year, and yet we used the most amount of salt that we used over the last 5 years because of the amount of snow. But I thought what was interesting to me coming out of the report was the amount was brine. And so brine, just for the public and looking at the report, like brine, there was 8,000 liters of brine used last year. But comparatively, the average is around 42,000 liters. Could you share or provide some better understanding about why there wasn't brine applied? Or, there was a much lower amount of brine applied.
Certainly, I can take a stab at it. I think potentially due to the amount of snowfall. So typically brine is applied prior to, you know, a significant weather event in advance, you know, freezing rain and that kind of thing. We had significantly lower temperatures this year, and also quite a bit of snowfall. So again, I think that may be attributed to the reduction in the amount of brine applied versus, again, lower temperatures and the use of salt. So,
Sorry, Madam Mayor, so just in follow-up, I understand, understanding that, what do we want as a municipality? Do we want more brine, less salt? Or do we, obviously we want less of both, but what is the sweet spot for our desire of, if in an ideal world?
I would suggest we want the best application to provide the safest road surface. So whether that, depending on the condition, and that's not meant to be a facetious statement, I think the right approach for the right condition is what we'd want. And in the case of this past year, it seems there was less brine and more salt. And again, next year perhaps it flips. So.
Sorry, one last question. Maybe I took for granted that community safety was the priority. I was talking from an environmental perspective. I was trying to get a better understanding from environment.
Yeah, I think from a salt management perspective, both brine, and salt obviously impact the environment. So we would apply both materials as responsibly as possible to achieve the desired outcome for winter maintenance, and not questioning your, thoughts on road safety for sure. Yeah.
I don't think I got my question answered though, but I will go and do internet searches and be a nerd like I am to try and figure out the answer to my question. It's all good. Thank you.
Can certainly follow up as well.
Councillor Crothers?
Thank you. Having chaired Public Works in the past, I seem to remember Mr. Molinari explained to me that brine uses less salt, but there's only certain temperatures you can apply it at. So in an ideal world, we'd only use brine and we don't use salt, but the temperatures have to dictate how much we can do. So I believe a few years ago, we got an award for our salt management. So I think the environment thanks us. But as much as I'm always one on the environment soapbox, community safety obviously trumps that. And, I hate that word now, but it's obviously more important. And knowing that we put that ahead of whether we're using salt or brine, that it's community safety first and environment second. I thank you for all the work that you've done on this.
Thank you.
Yeah, Madam Mayor, I just wanted to reiterate, we have actually, as an organization, been recognized in the past for sort of our program that is very environmentally conscious without compromising public safety. And the reason we refer to it as a salt management program as opposed to a brine management program is because the idea was to try and decrease our sole reliance on salt, which has some detrimental effects, if there's an excessive amount leaching into the environment. So I did want to just reiterate the fact that we have been recognized in that area.
Thank you very much. Councillor Johns, did you have?
Not at this time. Thanks, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. With that, I will move to sorry. Could I have a mover to receive to the memo? Councillor Johns, thank you very much. Councillor Crothers, all those in favor? And that's carried. And there are no items listed under M2O of the agenda. Are there any updates to share with everyone? I'm not seeing any. Seeing none, we will move to item P for an adjournment. Could I have a mover, seconder, Councillor Johns, Councillor? Be it resolved that the meeting of Committee of the Whole adjourn at 2:20 p.m. All in favor? And that's carried. Thank you to everyone for a wonderful afternoon.